Hello everyone, welcome to the NECC B stream. It is week 5 here on this B stream, and we've got a couple of great games ahead for you, but we're going to kick it off first with Waynesburg University versus Limestone Esports of Limestone University here in the Emergence Division. I'm Soabdan. I'm here with my good friend LaFon, and LaFon, this is a pretty important game to start us off here for both of these teams. There's a lot on the line, I think.
Standings are everything at this point as we trend in towards playoffs, right? These teams sitting at 3 and 4 respectively. So a win here could give them the ticket to kind of make it to those postseasons as we kind of expect. Of course, now as we get into the matches themselves in just a moment, we got to talk about the roster is here as we got to look at the teams that are going to be playing. Up first, Waynesburg. So, I mean, listen, we've talked about Overwatch 2 a ton over the stream, you know, over the last couple of weeks, and I'm really truly highlighting the tank players here. Planet Longshot going to have to lead their team to success, especially as we know tanks are so very powerful in this particular game.
Oh, absolutely, and you have to keep an eye on them there. But let's jump over to the Limestone squad and see who they've got on the counterpart on the tank there, because there's quite a few names here and quite a lot of fresh faces here. Several freshmen and several sophomores to keep an eye on. So I'm also going to look at Griginator to kind of be a leader position here too. Coming in, probably played and has kind of helped set this up. I'd have to expect them to, for whatever role they're in, to also be a leader in some ways.
Yeah, this is going to tremendously, filter around a couple of, mainstays. We talked about the tanks, of course. DPS can really show up in Overwatch 2. And on top of all of that, the supports, having the addition of Kiriko in the last couple of weeks have really established, I think, playmaking supports as being sort of the mainstay of strategy now. As we got to look at our map pool here, heading in to game number 1, we are going to be starting, of course, on Lijiang Tower, moving all the way through Nepal, if necessary, as a tiebreaker at the very end. That being said, this is a pretty great map pool looking in, considering what we've seen be sort of the meta of the month, if you will, over the last couple of weeks. Do we expect these teams to necessarily stick hardcore to it? I don't think so, but at least it gives us an idea of, what is strong and what teams can kind of play around.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? You have to look ahead and you have to look at what are the pros doing to kind of get an idea and to try to establish what is that, and then bring it down to your level. Because like I said, we're Emergence. We're not exactly clicking every single head here. So let's take it down to our level. What do we expect that we want to bring? I think it's safe to assume we're probably going to see a Sojourn, right? Like that's kind of almost a non-negotiable in a lot of ways. So I have to imagine we're just going to see some of those things carry over. The Winston, the Sojourn, those kinds of pieces that are just kind of almost non-negotiable in some ways.
Yeah, we talked, of course, about Kiriko as being a new character, even without using her damage, right? She's such a tremendous character to kind of play right now. As a hero, very, very strong. Has really good healing, right? You don't necessarily think so until you kind of play her, and then you see her getting, 16k healing, in a game, and, overall, she's putting a lot of throughput in terms of the micro of the game, but on top of that, Kitsune Rush is so strong, right? 10 seconds of attack speed increase, cooldown reduction, and movement speed as we load here into Lijiang Tower. So while we may not end up seeing Kiriko today, if she does get played, I'm not surprised considering how strong she is right now.
I agree with you completely. It's so easy to just kind of send that Kitsune Rush out with just a couple of picks and be able to kind of win a fight on that simply because you're putting out more damage. And yeah, we're going to see that out of Waynesburg. I mean, we saw it work in other levels, but Limestone may be looking and taking a different approach there.
Yeah, lots of early selections coming in here. We'll give it a couple seconds to see if those selections come through. As a reminder, we get started off here on Night Market, in the daytime.
Round 1.
Look at that. We've got a lot of healing available. So, right, Moira, Ana, and then Kiriko, Moira. There's a lot of healing here. I would expect this first fight to be an all-out brawl that extends pretty far into teams getting their ultimates.
I agree with you completely, and yeah, it's going to be a high sustained comp. That Rank Shield taking already a bunch of pressure. Misthook doesn't find anybody, but meanwhile, the big snack already in the background, picking off one there for Susanoo, and I think they're going to start to move in here, slowly taking that, and that will be a couple more picks, and the rest of the feed coming up blue.
So it ends up being a very quick pickoff, and there we're seeing the power of the Kiriko show up really swiftly. Combination, right, the damage throughput from the kunai, it's 120 on a headshot, so if you catch someone who's a little bit weak, it's an instant kill. And then on top of that, we saw the protection Suzu cleanse the anti-nade that Tokyo put down. So making full use of the kit was the big snack, and as a result, that first capture comes in. Limestone now switching over to the Zarya. They want to get closer and get in brawling. Zarya quite strong on this patch still.
So yeah, still very strong, and Genji with that LSM coming in there. You can see it, the Zarya already pretty high charge, just coming in, trying to buy some space, but just being met with that hammer, not being able to give anything out for Planet one shot. So that they'll just have to chip our way in. The Soldier just putting in some cover fire, trying to buy that space they've got. Almost ready with that visor for Sundance. So that's probably going to be the opening point here for that. Just looking for it eventually. Looking in. Eventually there is a pick though. Tokyo does find one in the Reaper, and that is a huge amount of damage gone there. Suddenly that Reinhardt is way more fit. The visor goes down though. The visor falls early in the Kitsune Rush to help kind of back in the rest of the support ultimates, and the blade thrown into counter against it. Does the Genji come with anything? Ellis to one to make it two. Does come up big for that, and it is going to be simple cleanup from what could have been a very, very tough play from Waynesburg.
A very extended fight. Waynesburg using basically everything that they had. In fact, as Planet Longshot uses the Earth Shatter, it will be the final ultimate that they kind of run through. Now, Limestone, despite, committing to a lot of aggression from their opposition, still have big plays in the back pocket with that elimination onto Sundance. I mean, this fight is basically a foregone conclusion, especially with the Nano Boost and the Graviton Surge in the back pocket.
They may not even need it. Like, yeah, they're just going to have to pull this out. We'll catch a sleep just to buy a little bit more time. But, yeah, there's no real way to approach here. They're not going to be able to have anything here because Waynesburg, with no ultimates on board, just can't find anything, can't really push up against the Zarya. And the Zarya is looking for Organator, does find in. But Planet Longshot goes down, and that is the tank and such an important part there. The Graviton Surge catches several, and LSM just dashes through to clean it up for an easy 4.
I mean, it's a fairly swift fight, right? You're down a player early, the Graviton Surge is there. You don't even have to use the Nano Boost, and now, I mean, Limestone. Economy doing a great job, or rather maintaining their economy pretty fantastically here. We're going to see Planet Longshot switch over to a Winston, trying to go for that aggression, right? Just to give a little bit more damage to the backline. Scouts out LSM as well, but looks like they'll escape to safety. And I mean, I would expect to see like either a Nano Visor or a Nano Blade coming in here from Limestone.
Yeah, take your pick. There's several things going, but there will be the Winston dropping in, buying for a little bit of space. Will eventually get forced back there. Nothing really forced out as Deflect is there. Still looking for some picks. Zarya not maintaining that high enough charge, so if they can get that pick there, it'll be something. Jedi does hold onto that ultimate. They don't need it though, as it's 4-4. Are they going to push here for Waynesburg? It looks like they're going to try to go into it. Coalescence out. It's going to be the first of several ultimates to come out, trying to find any targets and keep anybody up. Death Blossom in, doesn't find anybody. Nothing there, but Baby Girl does manage to pick up one, and Jedi follows with a second. Point will flip just before that overtime hits.
Yeah, the big pickup there is that Tokyo gets eliminated early, so the combo that Limestone kind of are looking for it does not materialize. That being said, they do get to that 92% marker, so they're going to have one fight available to them. Now, Waynesburg, despite having resources at the ready, I mean, expectations, it has to be much more clean. We're heading into last fight, and Waynesburg have to deny this Nano Blade.
There it is, and there's that Blade looking early. Doesn't find the Reaper. He'll Wraith out of there. This comes in, and will eventually catch him one. Looking for more. Tries to take out that Visor. Will eventually catch it there. Susanoo finding one on their own, but there's the Kitsune Rush. Try to turn it back. The Winston, just the lone survivor here. LSM just kind of in there to clean it up, and they'll flip this back and take us home on point 1.
Yeah, we're going to see the Panic recontest here from Waynesburg. I don't think they get to the objective, though.
They don't make it. There's no world they make it.
Oh, they get to the point.
Oh, they do?
But,
okay.
Yeah, I'm going to commit the Primal Rage. Jedi Galaxy 24 already out of the fight. And Limestone with ultimates in tow. This is looking like a foregone conclusion.
Nah, Sundance finally getting to throw that Visor out to no success, and the Winston will be the last man standing there trying to put in some success. LSM continuing to clean up along the way. Yeah, Genji's still viable here, in case you forgot and you've been watching Overwatch League and Contenders. Genji's still pretty viable here, I'd have to say.
Yeah, Genji, of course, not having gotten hit by the nerf yet. 5 days left, Genji players.
Yep.
I'm calling myself out there. November 15th.
Yeah.
Yeah, counting down the days. Unfortunately so. As we head into round number 2, something that we're already noticing in terms of Limestone versus Waynesburg is that Limestone has been more efficient with their resources, right? They found a little bit more value, being able to, win fights using less ultimates. And say what you will about Overwatch's neutral game, having those big utilities to kind of swing fights is still a key part of Overwatch 2. Is Waynesburg, I think something that, heading into round number 2, clearly they've got the mechanics to keep up. They just have to find, I think, moments where, they're not overspending and not getting value out of it. 4 ultimates for no eliminations just can't happen here in round number 2.
No, it can't, but the Orisa can happen, and that will probably be a quick point take. As you can see, Sundance just giving that teleporter in. It gives them that early position, so now it's going to be a little bit harder for this poke comp from Limestone to really get value in. Pharmacy landing for the time being, just to try to find a little bit of pressure there, and Susanoo still trying to create that crossfire there, but there's not really any give here. Eventually the Zarya will take some presence, push in, but is met with that spinning barrier. The Lance goes out, doesn't catch anybody, but it is pressure on, and again, the point will unlock. So again, there's just not really the pressure in. Lamp forced out, though, is a good start. Baby Girl is going to try to keep that team just topped off, and that will be the end of that. They will contest this point a little bit further, but there are the picks for Limestone. Esports come in, and Sundance will get one of their own. But an early barrage already from LSM just comes in, eventually taken out with that spear. It's still not quite anybody's moment here, but it starts to turn blue. The Zarya will now finally get forced out, and Waynesburg will cap on the initial point.
A big part of that, of course, is with the Symmetra. Sundance is providing a lot of crowd control via the turrets, right? Slowing people as they enter in, dealing a ton of damage. And despite LSM getting a ton of spam, it doesn't actually end up benefiting, because as they try and get into the objective, right, the rest of the team can't follow up on LSM's damage, and just focus fire able to be brought through. So Waynesburg, a really good adaptation here, as we're now seeing a Junkrat brought into play by Susanoo as they try and, generate to this Riptire here. Limestone a little bit behind on resources at this point.
They are, but yeah, speaking of spam, there's a window and they'll spam through, but Sundance falls early on the other side of that window. Didn't quite catch in that mortality field, so they're going to be fighting man down already as the point continues to tick up, and an important ult gone. Oh, and the Lucio dies with Sound Barrier too. That's both of those defensive ultimates gone already. Waynesburg suddenly struggling and will eventually get forced out, taking one with them, but point well flipped for them.
Yeah, really, really nice play. LSM continues to just control the spam, right? I think has been one of the stronger players for Limestone overall. Obviously on the Genji, but now on the Pharah, just generating, that's their second barrage coming into play, by the way, in this really third fight. So quite quickly generating these resources. Now Limestone only using the Valkyrie in that last fight. Ooh, that's a grab. It catches everyone.
That's a grab. No, nothing to follow it up. The Tire will follow it up, though. Catches 2, and that's basically fight over there. Gregonator will get in for one of their own, but Sundance refuses to go down without taking somebody with them. Will eventually take 3, keeping this alive. Can they get the Zarya, too? They don't have much health here, and they're gonna try. No, eventually Gregonator will take it down and can hold this point.
49 HP, the difference between winning that fight and losing it, but Limestone Esports will hold on. Quick reset coming in, and Waynesburg wants to try and take this fight right here and now.
They do. The ultimates are on the line. Jedi holding onto that visor, but there is the oh gosh, the barrage catches 2, and Susanoo follows up with one of their own. LSN continues to put in the work from above.
LSM this time actually getting value out of the barrage, and does not even get taken out for their trouble. So really well done here by LSM, as Limestone now take a firm lead on this second point, trying to put this map to close. Waynesburg, though, the only team with stuff, I think, actively ready. You've got Coalescence here for Limestone, but a Terra Surge combined with a Tactical Visor to put damage down. There's an opportunity here for Waynesburg to use 2 ults to win the fight.
Yeah, the slow approach, though, now that there's no Lucio on the other side, is going to be a bit of a slog here, and it's going to build them up. But Susanoo will find 1 from that spin damage. Terra Surge in, still building, going to see if they can find anything. No, they're all out of the way, but Susanoo putting in the work on the other side. Visor out, does eventually find 1. Planet Longshot finds 2 paired up with it, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They'll hold on to it. No Graviton, no grav needed for this.
No grav needed, and that's going to be the map ended as well. It was close. It was close there from Waynesburg in that last fight, right? Trying to play for that Terra Surge to draw people out of cover and then into the Tactical Visor. Unfortunately, the sustain from Limestone was just too strong, and Waynesburg not able to punish LSM towards the tail end of the map. Gives over their first loss of this series. It's not done yet, though. Still much more Overwatch to be played. A reminder, have to win 3 maps to win the series, and we're only 1 map down. So a good start here for Limestone nonetheless.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I mean, I want to talk for a minute because LSM has been kind of the name on out of both of our mouths here. LSM has put in a lot of work on those projectiles, on the Pharah, on the Genji. Has just looked very, very strong, especially given all the support that they have here. And going into King's Row, I can't imagine that's not their game plan going into this, right? It's just to continue to fuel the fire that is LSM.
Yeah, I mean, very clearly, LSM not a one-trick either, right? Clearly flexible in their hero selection, able to kind of run through with. We saw a really good Genji, we saw the Pharah as well, and I mean, for Waynesburg, the solution has to come from efficiency at this point, right? I think that they've got clearly the game plan that they want to run through, and it's gotten fairly success, or it's gotten, you know, some amount of success, right? They got to 97% in that first round, off the back of sort of the Reinhardt and the Winston playing what I would consider to be a brawl mostly, right? Close quarters combat, and then heading into round number 2 with the Orisa, again, a brawl composition, able to get about 64%. So they've got opportunities to find success. Now it's just about closing out fights more efficiently, and they can really put, I think, a contestation to Limestone.
I agree with you completely, and you know, again, map 2, King's Row. This used to be the home of Brawl. It's gotten a little more expansive over the past couple seasons and years, as it were. But I mean, I still think that if you are looking for Waynesburg, if you're looking to continue to Brawl, this is still a great map. You can bring back the Reinhardt and try to continue to do that, because they showed some promise with those Brawl comps. Like you said, they were able to capture point first. They were able to get a couple of fight wins, but they were just kind of just losing those first bloods, and unfortunately losing those first picks that kind of set the tempo for the rest of those fights.
Yeah, I think providing, I mean, with reference specifically to the Pharah, you have to kind of shut down the spam that they're able to kind of do in LSM. You talk about first picks. A lot of it comes down to the fact that it's like 5 or 6 rockets uncontested being, you know, thrown down to the back line. So you're not generating, I mean, you're generating support ult charge, but it's not really as efficient, especially if you consider like fight win conditions for the back line. And truthfully speaking, aside from the Kitsune rush, it's tough to kind of highlight, you know, Coalescence or a window as being a fight winner, you know, with the composition that Waynesburg running. We do have a side swap as Waynesburg will head to the attack, so they move over to the red team as Limestone elect to defend first.
They will, and they're considering LSM over on that Widow, moving away from those projectiles. I'm very impressed to see this, because that is not an easy swap to make. So you have to keep an eye out that are going to elect to the Zarya too, and Susanoo still keeping the Junkrat. Yeah, I mean, it's quite a varied comp, but I do like it.
It has, I mean, it's very obvious, you know, kind of win conditions in the sense that, you know, pick up an elimination, the fight's over. Where this composition struggles is in the sustain, right? So if Waynesburg can kind of get past the choke point, which with a Reinhardt might be a little easier, you know, than perhaps like a Winston or something. Dodging the spam from the Junkrat's going to be key, but really that's going to be the difference maker. If Waynesburg can get to the point, they'll have a little bit better of an opportunity, whereas Limestone can end the fight before it really begins.
Yeah, Junkrat's on both sides either, so both of those tires going to be coming in. And again, LSM just searching for a pick, not really able to see anybody in their sights, as they're just going to continue to play from that cover. But meanwhile, on the ground, the fight is starting to happen. The tanks will finally meet. That high charge Zarya from Griganator is putting in some work, wearing down that Rhine shield. Eventually will get caught out, and there is LSM falling to Sundance. Finally getting an angle here, just able to rein in. Finally can't quite get the picks. Griganator will take out the rest of that, and finally the space will fall back, and Limestone Force will have to give up as the Reinhardt continues to push in and buy some space, but falling dangerously low. Can't quite get healed up. The mines come out. Susanoo dangerously low themselves also will eventually get found from their counterpart. The Genji back from LSM looking to try to buy the space. Griganator picking it up and trying to put in the work with that high charge. Eventually going to turn this back, though. They can't quite get out after a couple of those picks, so Zarya bubble just to keep the rest of it back, and they will hold this here.
That was a really good start for Waynesburg. Unfortunately, the issue is that they can't close out the fight despite having a 2-player advantage. Waynesburg, I mean, Sundance makes a good rotation, catches LSM out on the Widow. As we said, you know, extended fight really does not favor the Widow so much, and then they also get the trap on the Junkrat. For Limestone Esports, Susanoo taken out. But the problem is the supports for Waynesburg get taken down with no heals. Planet Longshot can't really survive. So wholesale swaps. Jedi Galaxy looking for a quick rip tire.
No, the tire looked for the Zarya, didn't quite have it. Bubbles there, will eventually get faded. Took a little too long on that. The Planet Longshot is going in. They're charging headfirst into that, buying that space, trying to find something there, but I don't think there's backup. They will eventually get purpled, and it's going to be up to this tire from Susanoo here. Will eventually catch 2, though. That's both the supports, and that's a huge opening here for this, and Susanoo will push the back.
Ooh. That is such a close fight. Jedi Galaxy elects not to look through a hotel at the last moment and just misses the Junkrat, just misses Susanoo running their ultimate, and as it comes through, the Riptire picks up 2. So Waynesburg making more changes. Jedi Galaxy 24 over to Afara here. Before, after quickly hovering over a Bastion. So LSM have to be a little bit respectful. A reminder, there's no hit scan here on Limestone aside from the Ana. And so, I mean, Jedi Galaxy 24, able, if they can get into position, should be able to do a ton of work here.
But speaking of work, there is an LSM blade going in, catches one in the grab, and that was be enough to put it out. A coalescent thrown in just over the top, clean it up, and the 3 ultimates lead to a successful hold again. 10 players. LSM is looking unstoppable.
Yeah, LSM there nearly having an air blade, right? Going for the Valkyrie nearly catches nothing, but at the tail end of it, the Nanoblade is able to get the double slash through. So, gotta be good to be lucky, gotta be lucky to be good at times, and LSM certainly showing that. That being said, Limestone commit everything, win the fight, and we're now down to the last minute of play.
The last minute and the last minute Cassidy, the purple catches too, though. That is a huge nade, and LSM just continues to clean up on the advantages made with this last minute. I mean, it's a quick reset. We're going to commit Terra Surge, though, and is eventually punished for playing his long shot. So one last shot here. That's most of the tools you had on your board, and I don't know. This is looking rough for Waynesburg here.
Another switch here. I mean, you've got nothing if you're Waynesburg, and more switches. They're looking for kind of big pickoffs here. It could all end though, as Susanoo is running close to that Riptire, and already got 1 2-player Riptire today, or on this map, on this defense, trying to make another big statement as the closeout of this round. Last 15 seconds on the clock.
The desperation picks from the Widow, can't find anything, but Susanoo is hiding, waiting for the calls from their team, and there is the tire, but meanwhile, playing a long shot does find one, and they'll trade out Baby Girl there, so it's still open. It's still, that's a big pick in LSM there, but it looks like that one pick is enough for Waynesburg to capital in. Without the damage from LSM to really do it, they can't really seem to keep it alive. It's just the lone Zarya holding on. Doesn't look like there's any bubbles left, but a decently high charge. They just need to wear it down, and Limestone will eventually yield point A.
What a big comeback there from Waynesburg. We saw how passive Limestone was playing, trying to bait everyone in for the Riptire to find value, but a combination of just taking a ton of space and spreading out so the Riptire had to choose individual targets, and on top of that, a great protection Suzu from the big snack, keeping themselves alive. It doesn't quite hit the Ana. Baby Girl not able to, stay alive, but I mean, it really did its job, and now Waynesburg start to slowly run through the second point.
Oh, LSM gets caught out, though, and that is a great opening again. Falling earlier in that last match is what gave them this, so they'll continue to buy a little free space versus Limestone here while they continue to do that. Sights are up, and they'll be able to see a little bit. Eventually, they'll find one in Susanoo, and they'll continue to let this card roll here.
And for sight so strong, Sundance just has to wait around the corner. Jedi Galaxy will be trapped, but there's no follow-up because no one can really look through. Susanoo and LSM still running back from spawn. I mean, Limestone giving up a ton of space, and with only a minute 40, there's still only 2 fights, but you need that follow-up damage. I don't see that anyone's there.
No, but there is a follow-up in the anti-nade. It does catch and help catch a couple, and that will force Waynesburg back there. And I mean, there's still maybe not enough here. Now that the Zarya's got high charge, I don't think there's much for anything else to be done for Waynesburg. They will eventually force some of Limestone back, but eventually Limestone will get that push back, will fall, and Susanoo is the only one to bring that home. Sundance will find one on the way out, but they're not going to be able to hold this angle forever, not with Gurginator in their face, slowly buying that back.
I mean, that nade was so strong there, especially at the end of the protection Suzu, having it expire. So able to get at least 2, and then a long-range mortar from a low-energy Zarya was just enough to take down the 10 HP of Planet Longshot. So we're heading towards that final fight. Waynesburg, 4 ultimates. They're going to open up with a Kitsune Rush.
Blade to counter it will eventually get Nano, looking for anybody. No one's home. Can't catch it through the grab. Will pull the rest of them in, but there's not enough follow-up there. The big snack will find one of their counterpart. And the tire from Susanoo has to come in huge here. Will eventually get traded. No, LSM falls there, and no, there's nothing to be had for that. Eventually, Waynesburg will push them back. It looks like they'll have to give this up. Sundance just going to throw it in the sights, see if they can find a last-second pick here to keep themselves alive, but they will keep this rolling.
It's, I mean, just great kiting yet again from the Nanoblade there. Waynesburg, of course, used the Graviton Surge to deny the, I mean, that combo, and with 6 seconds left, Limestone nothing to contest, and Susanoo gets eliminated off the tail end of the infra site. So Limestone likely going to have to give up the second point.
No, there will be a contest, but LSM will die instantly trying to throw their body at it, and those Zarya bubbles will come out. The anti-nade hits, catches too, but the cleanse is there, and Sundance coming to life on this Widow, just buying the rest of that space. Jedi will continue to follow up with one of their own. It's just a lone Zarya holding the point, trying to buy this last segment of contest, but I think that's going to be all it is. Playing a long shot will find their counterpart, and it will roll past B. And there's a new life coming here for Waynesburg as we go into this conclusion.
Yeah, 130 added to the time bank with that second point capture. And I mean, Limestone, the problem has been, you know, they haven't really generated. Where Waynesburg in map number 1 was the one who was struggling to get value out of multiple ultimates, now it's Limestone on the defense. This time, though, Susanoo will take care of Sundance. So a good start here in the final minute.
Hit scan, Susanoo coming in for 2, eventually moving off that Junkrat. The Zarya falls dangerously low, will eventually get picked, and Susanoo has had it up from spamming long range, wants to get close and in faces for this last minute. There will be about 50 seconds, probably enough time for one fight left here.
Yeah, Waynesburg should have both support ultimates in the tail end of the map, but the question is, can they rally through the Graviton Surge here? Obviously, the protection of Suzu going to be strong. Obviously, you're going to have the Bionade as well in it. So if you can kind of stack both of those, there's a small window of opportunity. A very difficult one, though.
Very difficult indeed, and there's the Nano just to go in, give Planet Long Shot a little bit more space. Eventually will get put to sleep. The Graviton catches several, and Griganator comes up huge on that. That's just cleanup from Limestone Esports, bringing it home and trying to put their foot down here to close out Kings Row.
Big shutdown there. 10 seconds left. We're going to need to see someone touch. There are ultimates here. You expect to see the Kitsuna Rush used to just kind of contest the objective. Someone needs to get to the point. 4 seconds.
No one's. There is one there. Soldiers there. Does make it in time, but they are quickly anti-nated. And there is the visor coming in from Susanoo. There will be the blade from LSM2 just to kind of close this out and bring it home. Will catch one, and I don't even know if there's any left. There is the second. I say there's one more, and they are gone. That will be the hold here on point C.
The hero of that third point was Tokyo, by the way. Just a big sleep onto the nanoed Zarya.
Yeah.
Allowing Griganator to walk past the front line, catch everyone else in the Graviton Surge. So a big shutdown there by the support player. And Limestone Esports, it takes them a while, but they're able to finally get a hold as the timer expires. So what was looking like a full hold initially is going to have to be Limestone capturing 2 points plus a little bit of the map. I mean, certainly a task that they aren't quite looking forward to, but one that I think is certainly doable for them.
It is, and I think a lot of it kind of comes back to just keeping the eye on LSM and not letting them get too aggressive. He's been playing very well on that Genji, and when he's get the resources, he's been carrying well, but I think it's going to be the opposite side. They'll try to make some shots, but I mean, again, when LSM falls, it seems like this Limestone team just struggles a little bit to kind of fill the gap that becomes missing. Waynesburg is going to hold on to this comp, bringing up the Torbjorn, interestingly enough. I do like that if you're expecting the Genji here, so I gotta say, that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto LSM is kind of what Limestone are really looking for, so they'll continue to run it through. I mean, a big part of this has been, I think, Waynesburg taking inopportune fights at times, right? We saw that happen in certain instances, and getting a little bit lucky, you know, in those instances where their ultimates kind of roll through in the last moment. I like this play. Waiting just long enough so everyone thinks that, you know, there's nothing to be afraid of, and before the timer shows up where everyone comes through, getting the shots off this Widow.
They will, and that will be the Reinhardt again, just taking that space and continuing to buy it there. So this point, continuing just to get pressured up here, the Junkrat spamming, trying to see if they can find anything just to pair with it. And I mean, they'll take the space here, get the first tick, and Limestone looking good to continue this will keep their team topped up for more. But again, just kind of getting it for free here.
Not a lot of damage pressure here from Waynesburg. Despite the Torb, despite the Soldier. And able to kind of just run down the Reinhardt. I mean, Zarya, we have to talk about how good Zarya is still.
Yeah.
A reminder, this is the patch before Zarya is getting her, you know, bubble damage, or sorry, bubble timer reduced. Still 2.5 seconds.
Yeah.
So, you know, getting nerfed in the next couple of, and obviously the timer is reduced as well. on the cooldown timer. So still a very strong character, able to generate her energy very swiftly, keep her and cycle the bubbles really quickly. So really has been a big difference maker. Another couple of changes is we see the Bastion come through, another Zarya in mirror, as Plant Long Shot will hit that kind of counterpoint. But Limestone really uncontested here. It's the first half of the map that they really need to capture.
Yeah, and now that they see everything coming at them, they know the changes that are there, and it's just going to be LSM looking just to try to get information and get a pick maybe, but the Zarya is pushing in, and the Bastion rolling around the corner, going to try and burn down, not feeding the Zarya, but you might have almost wanted to kind of force that bubble to break there, not really getting it, and again, they'll get pushed back. There is Baby Girl and those ultimates on board coming in. Susanoo holding onto that Riptire. We've seen how dangerous those can be, but it doesn't matter. LSM and What's Up will catch 2 on their own, and they'll just continue to roll this through.
That is a lot of spam coming from range. Now the only 2 players left alive are the Bastion and the Zarya, and scratch that, it's none at all, as Susanoo will get the last couple of cleanups. So looking like the second objective is going to be rolled through post-haste. And Waynesburg going to have to, commit it all to a final fight. Now, Limestone still has a ton of resources to contest with, too. So, I mean, Waynesburg, sure, you might have the Graviton Surge, sure, you might have the Kitsune Rush, but everything that you're bringing to bear, Limestone has a response to, and this is going to be a final fight of the map.
It definitely will be. So trying to burn down those Zarya bubbles a little bit sooner as it rounds this corner will be important. Just going to try and track over there. You see him taking those crossfire high grounds and trying to buy it, but Susanoo goes down huge, and that is going to be both of those ultimates, Kitsune Rush and the grab in, and will eventually find the rest of it with only committing those 2 ultimates, and that's a good start for Waynesburg on this hold.
That was a must-win fight, right? LSM, you're not taking that one unless you get that first shot off. So, I mean, still a fairly expensive fight for Waynesburg. Right? It's 2 big resources. The Graviton Surge and the Kitsune Rush. And, I mean, Limestone don't use anything. We're going to see LSM switch over to a Genji, and I mean, you need to survive this grab. There's simply no 2 ways about it. Briganator could end the game right here and now.
Yeah, and speaking of surviving, Jedi is barely surviving there. There's the Tactivizer from Sundance, and again, with only the 1 ult from Sundance, they are going to get several picks and open this up, and Limestone will have to fall back and give up some space here. Zarya's going to attempt to make it out alive, and they know not to let that Briganator get out there. He will fall, and again, just poking at spawn, try to build that ult charge going into this next fight.
Okay. It's a good ult win there for Waynesburg, having just using the Tactivizer. LSM gonna have the deflection time. Yeah, gets chased away. So a bit of a handshake, not to actually commit to the fight in either scenario. All that to be said, though, despite Waynesburg doing a great job of those fights, there's still nearly 4 minutes here on the clock.
Yeah, that's a big ask, but Sundance will continue to come up big again. They will commit the Bastion. The cannon configuration will just send that out. Doesn't quite find anything, unfortunately, but will find one in their recon form. So LSM falling probably is the sign for Limestone to get back and just take another swing at this.
Another ult win. It really feels like Limestone is kind of trying to bank up 5 ultimates and just dump them all at once, right?
Yeah.
Kind of sensation you get, and I mean for Waynesburg, they're just going to have the Valkyrie. Maybe they have the Tactical Visor here. Limestone has so much to bring to bear in this fight.
Yeah, they are pushing quickly, going to burn down the Zarya, trying to find a target. Briganator will find one. There is the tire. It gets picked, though. Sundance comes up and makes a huge save for that, but they will nano the Zarya to go in and continue to put pressure down. Briganator will find one on the opposite side eventually. Coalescence out as well as the Mercy ultimate. The support ultimates are getting thrown in. LSM finding a couple there. Blade finally getting built up and getting in there. Last couple picks will continue to come up for Limestone, and like you said, eventually the ults of Limestone will overwhelm, taking Kings Row for their victory.
It's an extended fight. It's one that Waynesburg actually do a great job of kind of, trying to resuscitate at the end. A map that felt almost inevitable. They do take a significant amount of time off the clock. Unfortunately, take a significant time off when there's like 5+ minutes of time bank is simply not a conversation you can have. So, Limestone now head to match point as they're sitting in a 2-0 series lead here after 2.
Yeah, like you said, Limestone has looked very, very good. They've been able to keep themselves going into these. And yeah, at match point, looking to pull themselves to 500 and keep themselves a little bit higher in these brackets. So we'll take a quick break. Hang tight. Possibly the last round of this match will be coming up after a short break. Welcome back, everyone. It is possibly the final match point here in the Emergence Division game of Waynesburg versus Limestone University. And Limestone, looking very, very strong here as we go into Dorado, looking to close this out. And I think they have the tools to do so.
Certainly on the offense, Limestone has, I think, had the better end of the deal, right? Being able to kind of win out fights resource-wise. Waynesburg may be competitive at times. Unfortunately, the time bank just has not been on their side, and attacking into an objective has really been a difficulty of theirs, both on control and on hybrid.
Yeah,
we'll see if they're able to kind of bring it back here on map number 3 again. Their final chance, they must win out at this point in time, right? A reverse sweep has to be available to them. Otherwise, as we said, Limestone looking for the victory.
They are looking to close it out, and I mean, this familiar looking lineup, we've seen this from them. It has worked, so just gonna hold that high ground. I mean, the D.Va on the other side, I do kind of like it though.
D.Va here able to contest high ground, right? You're able to kind of, oh, that's a nice bunch of stickies from Sundance. Catches LSM lacking a little bit there as they were trying to hide in the corner with a damage boost, of course. And Limestone already off to a kind of a rocky start here.
And we've seen what happens when LSM falls, really. Like, that tends to be a lot of the linchpin for this. Susanoo will continue to rain down from above without much contest, but LSM will hurry back as quickly as they can. The Echo gets in and eventually burns down Susanoo again. Sundance coming to life on this Echo, and the rest of that lineup deck there will eventually get out of that high ground. Will eventually find a way to end the rain as they push through this choke. And the D.Va from Planet Longshot will eventually continue to push through. The Zarya falling so low, but the resources are there, and so is the anti-day. The D.Va will get D-Mech'd, and that is going to be a lot of pressure down, and that will put a foot down onto this again. Sundance tries to go in, but is eventually found out, and the hold just in after the choke.
Tokyo once again being sort of the big pickup here for Limestone Esports. That Bionade not only offensive to anti-nade the D.Va of Planet Longshot, but also gets the additional healing onto Griganator, right? So just in terms, so able to keep both the Zarya up and delete the D.Va in time.
Speaking of delete, those bubbles will be deleted, and LSM looking to just try to put and play a little more defensively there for the team. The stickies do come out and doesn't find anything, but Jedi will fall in that, gets a little too close to the active Zarya. Coalescence trying to change the fate there as Jedi gets brought back into it, but doesn't seem to be keeping too many alive there. Looking for a place to throw that grab, will eventually get slept, but no real place to throw it out. And again, Waynesburg finds a couple of picks, and very important one, it will clean up the fight here as Coalescence just gets thrown in to try to find any sort of support, but they will get run down to close out this point A.
Yeah, Waynesburg commit both support ultimates just to keep Planet Longshot alive, and they do a great job of it, right? Both Coalescence and Valkyrie, meaning that the D.Va cannot be demech'd. Limestone looking for a Graviton Surge, but the Matrix was up almost in perpetuity, so that will herald the first cap here for point A. In Waynesburg, a pretty healthy time bank now with 4-13. And on top of that, with the Zarya here from Limestone Esports, they have no way to contest the high ground efficiently. They have to make long rotations, so Waynesburg, playing their cards correctly, they should be able to control a lot of space here.
Speaking of that, trying to take the space in the sky, doesn't find anybody, but the Nano will come through, doesn't find anybody, the D.Va will get out, but just going to try to look in. Self-destruct thrown in to try to buy anybody, doesn't find anybody, and neither does the Remix. So again, just this team able to control this. The Genji copy will come through, and Sundance doing their best. Already a Blade, gets antied, and the grab to pull him out of it will eventually get spent on defensively holding there. But Waynesburg continues to try to find a little bit of play of the LSM falling, and again, that's a linchpin just to kind of keep this team. They will give up the space. No more pressure needed. They will begin to fall, and Waynesburg again just continuing to keep this cart rolling here with that pressure they've been able to put out.
Yeah, Limestone now, the key inefficiency here is that they did not get value out of the Nano Blade, right? Dashing into the air, trying to get rid of the Mercy. They're able to fly around. The mobility so very strong, and even that, the Graviton Surge gets no kills either. So Waynesburg doing a great job of now being the team to actually stay alive and get eliminations with their ultimates.
The big snack going to throw it in and just keep the team alive, up, and healthy as that continues to roll. There will be a contest, but it looks like it's not really going to be here, and Waynesburg making a very, very short and quick point of this Streets phase.
Yeah, it's all about generating ultimates now for Limestone as they get a full reset coming in. A couple players will be close spawned here for Limestone. They need to make sure they don't get staggered because Waynesburg rolling, as we said here, a 4-minute time bank. I mean, still tools to work with, close to a self-destruct. They'll have the tactical visor, of course, and coalescence in tow. Survivability is of the essence as the Graviton Surge comes online, and I mean, really have to keep an eye on the tank here. So far ahead of the rest of their team.
Oh yeah, but Sundance, meanwhile, will find one. Again, opening up these fights, has opened up the last several here, just contesting from this high ground, already with another duplicate, looking to find more. Can't quite close it out, trying to find the Cassidy, will eventually find one, but it trades their life for it as the cart continues to turn around this corner. We'll throw in the Nano, but the Nano Zarya is enough from Grignator to help clean this up. We'll find the rest of those picks. And I think finally Limestone will get the chance to put their foot down and hold here.
A bit more expensive, I think, than Limestone was kind of hoping for, because the Graviton Surge was also committed. Again, no eliminations from that ultimate, but they're able to get the hold through with the Nano Boost from the Zarya. Waynesburg don't commit anything. Correction, they use the Coalescence.
Yeah.
But aside from that, a fairly inexpensive fight to lose to get two key ultimates away from Limestone.
Yeah, those are going to be big here now that they have to kind of play a little bit further from the back and try to buy that high ground. So,
ooh, big flank coming in here from Jedi Galaxy, by the way. High ground with attack visor.
It's huge. Yeah, that huge flank comes in. Meanwhile, the copy of the Zarya comes in, not quite building up that Graviton Surge as quickly as effectively, but Jedi won't find too much with it, and Sundance is deep. Still trying to build that up. Will eventually get a Graviton and finally gets it out, but the follow-up will be there. The rest of the team is going, but the counter visor is out. Where is it from? Eventually gets punished. Susanoo will find one, but gives their life for it, and the cart continues to roll here. It's just going to come down to these last picks. The Cassidy will fall, and Sundance has come to life here as there's no contest, and Waynesburg will roll it with a little over close to 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Very, very greedy from Limestone Esports, and Waynesburg does a great job of punishing it, right, as they get what can only be described as a massive time bank. 221 on Dorado feels like an absolute eternity, right? We usually see this map barely even completed, never mind completed with time. So tremendous stuff here from Waynesburg on their third map that they need to win to kind of keep their series alive. And Limestone, pardon me, has their work cut out for them now on the offensive end. And even if they do really well, the map's not over. You still need to go to extra attacking rounds. So Waynesburg definitely setting themselves up for success here on map number 3.
I agree with you completely, LaFon. They've hit their stride and played it one shot. Over on that Diva and Sundance over on the Echo, two picks we hadn't really seen till now, I think have put in so much work for them, considering how frequently Sundance is just finding that first pick on the opposite side.
A lot of this comes down to Sundance hitting some pretty big sticky grenades, right? Getting those all 5 of them stuck at once, and then the damage amp from the Mercy Baby Girl coming in. On top of all of that, right, you just feel that it's like one shot to kind of get rid of anyone at times. So really, really critical stuff here from Waynesburg. And now as they head to the defense, we'll have to kind of extend their fight winning.
Well, Limestone looks like they're going to refuse to take to the rooftops here, as they're going to bring out that Hog. Again, just playing for this very self-sustained, this high-sustained comp. Pretty much everybody can keep themselves alive here in some way. The Torp Turret will be the first thing to take a fall, but again, it's really hard to approach this comp. Sundance, again, opening it up on Tokyo, though. Just, again, finds those sticky nades and just able to put into work. Will fall dangerously low, though, but eventually finds their Guardian Angel to keep them alive. So controlling from this high ground, though, finally there. Grignator will find the mech, though, on their opposite part, and LSM on this Sojourner will get the angle just to buy the space and continue to keep this alive. With
that elimination onto the tank, though, it allows Grignator to really step through. The Resurrect is only going to be onto the Diva. Will not get any eliminations with the remech, and that means Waynesburg losing players quickly. Although the turret doing a ton of work here to try and keep people alive.
Turret? Yeah, really, Jedi's turret is putting in quite a bit of work there. Hooked, but no ammo for the Hog. Unfortunately, just the incomplete there. And you see the big snack just, again, already with this Kitsune rush. May not even need to throw it in here, but will need it. Whole Hog is out, and it is cranking. We'll find one. Looking for a second, but the follow-up is there. They'll hold on, and Waynesburg will get out of dodge here.
Yeah, with the extended eliminations here, I don't think there's even a recontest available. Yeah, you can see LSM take a ton of space. That's going to force everyone to kind of retreat. Big hook, no matrix in time, and the healing is able to roll through. I expect Waynesburg to try and attempt this Resurrect, but no, the camping comes through in from Limestone to deny anyone that opportunity. Some changes coming in as Jedi Galaxy 24 gets off the Torbjorn over to Soldier. And this is going to be a heated fight. Kitsune Rush, you've got the Tactical Visor and the Coalescence from Limestone. A lot of tools available here for both teams.
Oh, D.Va will get out, and that will be the Mercy ultimate to kick us off here. Baby Girl just looking to try to buy some space and time for the rest of their team, but on the ground, there is the rush, and the Hog was about to be overrun. Will eventually give up that space, and Limestone with a disengage just knows that they can't win that.
A lot of discipline there from Limestone Esports. Don't overcommit to an ultimate that is so strong. Ooh, very close shot with the railgun. It actually hits the body, but no cleanup through.
No, and there is the railgun. Speaking of that, will eventually get deep. LSM trying to find, but just hasn't really come in huge. Meanwhile, Susanoo, their counterpart, will find one. Self-destruct doesn't find anything on the other side, neither with the remake. And again, these hit scan from Limestone putting in the work to keep this rolling here.
For a duplicate, it goes onto the Roadhog. One shot, one chance. Will go wide, and that's going to be the return hook instead to eliminate the Tactical Visor. So Limestone look to try and keep this fight going.
Oh no, the nano coalescence goes in. I believe that was. I don't know if that was intended, but it looks like it's there. And What's Up My Boy is going to put out a lot of damage, not much enough to really complete anything, but it is a lot of pressure that they anti-nade. Speaking of that, we'll get there. The field though from LSM comes up huge, catching several and putting in so much damage, and Waynesburg will fall, and Limestone keeping this train rolling with a little over 3 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, basically extending the time bank to the same amount of time that Waynesburg started their third point with. So it really is going to come down to which team is able to close out better here on Dorado. No ultimates to speak of at the opening of this fight. Jedi Galaxy will get a Tactical Visor in time. Still, I mean, beyond that, kiting is going to be the name of the game for Limestone. Once the Tactical Visor expires, you have to feel that, no team really has the advantage.
No, but Sundance has an angle. Can't quite find anybody. That will be the nade to help keep everybody alive there. And eventually we'll get forced out. There is the Visor from Jedi trying to find anything. Can't quite put the pressure down. Does eventually find one in Tokyo, and that's huge. The Sojourn will not get out either, and that's 2 picks from that Visor, and that's a 1 fight for Waynesburg.
Yeah, I mean, that's the Kitsune Rush coupled with the Tactical Visor. You shoot very quickly, and you cannot miss. It's as close to a win condition by itself as you can kind of establish. Yeah. Of course, it is 2 ultimates, so very, very big. And now that allows a lot of Waynesburg and Limestone to take over to their resources. Graviton surge swiftly, Coalescence nearly here, and you have to expect it's really going to come down to execution at this time. If you can deny the Zarya space and time, I mean, Limestone should have an opportunity. Easier said than done, no doubt.
Yeah, Sundance also going to swap over to the Ashes, try to buy a little bit more space, maybe play the Bob, and Coalescence in from Baby Girl, paired with that, but that Visor comes out from Susanoo, finds the value with Griganator also, and suddenly Limestone is still continuing to keep this going. Waynesburg probably not going to be able to get out here, and it will roll with just a little over 3 minutes. The last second contest, are met by the Hog, and that will be extra innings here on Dorado.
Yep, subtract 21 seconds from that time bank. So Limestone over 3 minutes on their full cap, as we now see them trend down to 2 minutes on Waynesburg. I mean, defense not found on Dorado, no doubt about it. We're going to have to go all the way to a second run through. And it really did come down to execution in that last fight. So, I mean, the Graviton Surge catches a couple of players, but there was no damage throughput. The whole Hog coupled with a Tactical Visor, just providing a lot of zoning pressure through sheer damage output. And Limestone are able to complete the map.
And they keep themselves alive in this series, so this last attack going to have to be very, very important if they want to keep themselves alive in this series. And, they found some pieces that worked for them, and there's still a chance. But Limestone also has found its work for them in this high sustain with this Hog comp. Yeah, I mean, we've started to see it in other places, and Limestone taking the inspiration and rolling with it here.
This next fight is going to be critical, right? This first fight, rather, I should say, is going to be critical for Waynesburg. Nice little souvenir there from Griganator. I have that one on Kiriko myself. But yeah, this first fight's very critical because if you get kind of gummed up at the choke, right, that 2 minutes can evaporate pretty quickly. You only have about 3 fights with 2 minutes. Sundance going for that aerial shot will go wide. So teams look for their next opportunity.
And no one home. Sundance just trying to find angle. They'll see that first initial high ground just left free. So Now the question becomes, what can they find on this high ground? The hook doesn't catch anybody, so Purple will deny Griginator the chance to heal up there, will hold it and eventually catch a breather of their own. But the shots from this Widow continue to whiz by, but Griginator just continues to stand firm with all this support in the background. The Purples continue to come through, but it's there. The hook will catch the Zarya and the Purple as well, but eventually cleansed off. And this just seems to be the wall versus the rock here. The sleep comes through on the Zarya, doesn't catch anything, and it's just building slowly, just firing into this choke. LSM eventually will find one on a flank there, gets a sneaky peek, and Waynesburg will have to drop back to try to buy a little bit of time here, but Jedi at least going to take one on the way out.
The big problem there, of course, is that despite it being a choke versus choke, one side has the high ground and can take can deal damage for free, essentially, right? We saw LSM come in with a railgun from on high. And now, I mean, down to 45 seconds. Waynesburg on their final approach. It's going to be explosive. It's going to be explosive.
Yeah.
Tactical Visor, Kitsune Rush, Graviton Surge, mirrored against, a whole hog and a nano boost. So this choke point is going to be critical. And if Limestone can play it correctly, might be able to kind of deny Waynesburg's better economy.
Oh, that hook comes in, though, pulls the Zarya so close, unable to complete the kill, though. And Tokyo's Nano, the first thing that's probably going to get sent out. I take that back. Jedi proving me wrong by getting that will eventually get forced back. Not really able to get the value from that. And again, the whole hog is there, but the Kitsune Rush is also there. So as the ultimates continue to flow, the Graviton Surge catches several. I don't think there's a pick to be had in it, and eventually Suzuto will come out on top after all this layering is done. And Limestone Esports continues again to just reign supreme in this battle of attrition.
LSM, a clutch play there at the very end. Dodges up and puts enough pressure onto the Tactical Visor to chase away Jedi Galaxy 24. Gets no value from the Tactical Visor, and then it's a war of attrition. One ult for one ult. The only players caught in the Graviton Surge are the ones that are able to be healed with a Bionade, so the throughput is there. And, I mean, at the very end, the Nano Boost gives the damage the damage and sustain that Limestone needs to kind of hold fast. And now with 245, this is looking mighty doable for Limestone. Just close out the series 3-0.
It is looking, yeah, quite doable. And, I mean, considering this hog has been so just quite honestly thick, it's so hard to get a pick onto that hog, especially with all those additional sustain points. I mean, this is a tough nut to crack for Limestone.
One pick really is all it needs, right? With how slow or how limited the distance gained by Waynesburg was on their offense, one elimination, the first uncontested pickoff, is really going to spell the disaster for the defense. So that's why first fight here is so critical. It allows you to really gain a ton of distance, and on top of that, the cart doesn't even make it past the full choke, right? It's very much the early parts of it. Limestone. It really does come down to, can Griginator get a hook that's just eliminated, uncontested? If yes, likely they win.
Especially if that pick is something high value like a DPS or that Kiriko. That could be huge, and Sundance over on their own Sojourn finally matching there. But here's something we haven't seen since the earlier maps, since maps 1 and 2, is Suzuno again on the Junkrat will eventually get picked, though, and that is an auspicious start for Limestone Esports here.
Just gotta do that 3 more times, I think, roughly speaking.
Yeah. Yeah, several.
Very doable for sure. Ooh, Sundance.
Oh, eventually falls from the skill orb from What's Up, but will eventually get traded out on their own. And again, they will fall just before this. The hog is holding in there. The front line is still up there, and the Big Snack will eventually find one there to kind of keep this going. But the fight is still not over. What's Up will finally show a little bit of life, keeping that Zarya from dying. And there it is. There's the tank pick, and that's all she wrote. Limestone just has to clean up the remaining pieces, and they will complete this, and they will take the victory 3-0 here in Week 5 of Emergence.
Pick for pick will always favor the offense in these scenarios with how close the respawns are, and Limestone Esports do a great job of it. Right, they're able to kind of sustain. Sundance will get the highlight here, but alas, not the victory as they complete a 3-0. Limestone Esports do. And we'll move to 500. 4-4 is their scoreline at the end of 8 games. I mean, tremendous stuff here from Limestone Esports as they move to that 3-0 victory.
Yeah, considering they had to play, and they looked pretty good here versus Waynesburg. It doesn't put Waynesburg out of contention themselves, but it does put them in a rougher position. They now have to really win out here to keep themselves going into playoffs. So Kudos to Limestone Esports for finding a style that worked for them and continuing to make it work and close out those games.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm glad you used the word style there, because clearly playing a game or following a game plan that is all their own and moving it to a flawless victory here as they get to that 3-0 scoreline.
Well, I mean, I need a break from that exciting game, but I won't be back, and I'll see you guys in chat. Hang tight. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with Game 2 in, well, a little while.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to NECC Overwatch. It's our final week of play here. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is the wonderful Alt Charge, and we are looking at a match tonight between you, Ottawa Gray, and SNHU Pearl. Though I don't know if we can say that this is a particular powerhouse matchup here. Isn't that right, Alt?
No, Corbeck, I don't think it is. And as a New Hampshire native, just living minutes from SNHU, I might be groveling at this one. SNHU comes in as the 8 seed in Challengers Northeast. U Ottawa right now is sitting at a 3 seed. They've got a 3-2 record. SNHU has only beaten a team that has since forfeited out of that division. So this one may not be a barn burner, but it is going to close out the season. Both of these teams are going to be bound for the playoffs. So I'm looking at SNHU to just play their best, find things to improve going into playoffs, and just hone in on those for the next coming weeks.
Yeah, it's a good opportunity to try and finish the season strong. Let's take a look at Ottawa first here in terms of their lineup. It's Yo Chrissy Boy, V-Striker, a Chew, Nobody, and I am at an utter loss.
Halagio. I casted this team once.
Have you done this one before?
Once before, yes, a Halagio.
There you go.
She's pretty good. She's pretty good. So we might be saying that name a lot. So we've got to learn quick. I found that out the first time I casted these teams.
The tongue once, but the mind can't follow. I'll just say there, I can't pronounce that. But a very senior-oriented lineup, including junior and a freshman here. Veteran players on this side, and you would expect them to perform accordingly.
Yeah, without a doubt. And now we can go ahead and take a look at the SNHU roster. They're coming in with a lot more underclassmen than their opponents. Dargo is going to be in the starting lineup, as is Max Effort, another pretty good support player on this team. Mary Mellon comes in. They were a playmaker on Junkrat for a lot of the time where I was casting them originally. And then Raptor Lord and Prince Subfire. That's going to round out this roster. They've got 2 seniors as well, 2 freshmen, kind of a mix-mash squad they've got going on, but those are the lineups. We're running a fixed map pool tonight for the best of 5. Starting out on Lijiang, going over to Kings Row after that. Dorado will be our escort. And then if we get there, New Queen Street will be the push map. Oasis, the tie-breaking map 5. And then if we go to map 6, Corbeck, we're not going to map 6. But if we go to map 6, Nepal is going to be where we end up there.
It's a decent map pool. Hopefully we get to see New Queen Street. I mean, Lijiang Tower, Kings Row are about as classic as you get for Overwatch. So I don't think you could ask for better maps necessarily. Perhaps not the freshest map pool in the world, but certainly an interesting one. It sounds like our teams are ready. So hopefully we'll get started on that Lijiang Tower very soon and get an exciting finish here to the season for both these teams. At least I should say the regular season.
Yeah, and as the regular season starts to wind to a close, we don't experience this problem too much anymore, but like you were saying, the first 3 maps in the set, pretty classic. Earlier in the season, you could kind of sense the differences in programs, just how they're coached, how they VOD review, based on how they play Overwatch 1 maps and how they play the brand new Overwatch 2 maps. Some teams really took to the new game and figured out metas and strategies on the new maps, and they were leagues above the competition, especially in those early weeks, but now it's kind of nice that that's no longer the case. Teams are really settled in on their strategies, and especially for the first 3 maps that are all Overwatch 1 maps, we should see a lot of consistency from both of these squads.
You would hope so. You would hope so. I mean, plenty of people have had time now, I think, to adjust to the idea of Overwatch 2 and some of the difficulties that it does pose. Obviously, I think that the toughest thing for most people was adjusting to a 5v5 setup, but I feel like our compositions, they're relatively set in stone these days, right? Like, people know what they want to play.
Yeah, they certainly do. SNHU Pearl, they're running a totally different lineup than I was expecting. Kresnik is actually going to be tanking for them, and Max Effort will be dealing some damage. The first time I casted them, I believe they had a couple role switches on this lineup, but I do remember Max Effort playing a lot of Widowmaker when they were playing DPS. You Ottawa Gray, kind of unfamiliar with this lineup. They've thrown some surprises at me trying to learn the Winston meta that we have coming up on the next patch, but we're currently still on the Season 1 patch, so everyone knows exactly what cards they're dealing with.
Well, it's an immediate Symmetra teleporter onto point for SNHU Pearl. Here's Kresnik leading the front line on the Reinhardt, battling back and presses Winston right here, just not letting him in through the front door. Very angry, large, armored German bouncer is sure to keep them out of the dojo, at least for now. A little bit of a contest coming in, and a good teleport to the back line there by the Reaper, but it's Kresnik who strikes first. V-Striker cannot seem to find the kills that they want. Looks like a boop coming in right there as well. Prince Subfire coming over the top, and it's just cleanup kills here for SNHU Pearl. A very good start here for them on this map.
Yeah, SNHU, I might call them SNU a lot tonight because just in New Hampshire, that's what everyone knows them as, but SNU,
Go for it.
They picked the right composition for this first fight. The SimTP to get him there, the Reinhardt to hold down the space, and now UAuto will respond with Impress, mirroring the Reinhardt on the composition, knowing that the Winston wasn't going to get them through the doors.
Well, Impress has made the swap. He's picked up the hammer and is going in, but Kresnik has that shatter just waiting in the pocket. There it is. It's a good one as well. And what a charge over the top, slamming him back into the corner right there. That'll force, I believe, the Immortality field out. Unfortunately, it will not save the day, and another clean set of kills from Snoo Pearl right here. As nobody, discretion the better part of valor right there. He won't be caught alive anytime soon, Alt.
Very fast back-to-back team wipes for Snoo to start this one out. And a fantastic Immortality field that a chew threw out there to try and prevent that Earth Shatter, but it was the Penman. The Snoo Penman ended up cleaving through that one. No problem at all. Now, trying to lock it down for 40 more seconds. They've got a few ultimates to do it with as well. Both support, both damage-dealing ultimates. It's about to explode.
Well, a bunch going off right there. The sound barrier coming out from Subfire will just keep the team alive. And again, the kill feed just lighting up redder than Republican National Convention. There's literally nobody here on the point for Ottawa Gray. And it'll be yo Chrissy boy who will take the plunge this time to avoid being caught out right there. And this will be aggression here, I think, from SNHU Pearl.
And let's not forget how in the pregame, us included with probably everyone who looked at this on paper thought that Snoo would be getting rolled tonight. They are making a statement in the first 90 seconds of play here.
Charging straight in, no hesitation at all. The Death Blossom from Max Effort almost petulantly thrown in at the end. V-Striker trying to keep the dream alive, collecting some kills here. So a little bit of fight in UAuto with Gray. Good stall coming out there from the Symmetra, but it's not enough. And at 99%, the very edge of the knife, there will be a flip in Ottawa's favor.
And Corbeck, I used to coach a couple of college teams, Howard Community College, one of them, and one of the things I taught them was in control. If you're up to 99-0, the other team's going to throw the kitchen sink at you. If you have ultimates, you better make sure you're going to get value out of them because, honestly, much of the time, it's just more valuable to end up saving them and go back in. Snoo used everything in the bank there, and now they have nothing to retake this. It is even ground when Ottawa, we knew they were going to expend everything, but Snoo didn't have to.
Well, loading up the kitchen sink over there on the SNHU Pearl side. In comes the Reinhardt charge there for the stun. Kresnik trying to keep him occupied on the front line. The Immortality field forced out early here from Achu just to keep things going. Yo, Chrissy Boy has to play back, farther back. The boop coming in right there.
Prince!
Beautiful play from Subfire. And now the Junkrat jumping back on in the form of Mary Mellon to shut it down. And there's the team kill gong. And there is stage 1 win for SNHU Pearl.
Beautiful closing of the round for SNHU. They make me eat my words. Of course, they were fighting on even ground when they could have had more of an advantage, but Kresnik and Prince Subfire just made a showing of how you roll into Night Market's objective. The double boop, the hammer swinging for the fences. SNHU cleaned that one up in such quick fashion. That was a statement final fight for round 1.
100%. I mean, the double boop is always a statement, like from a Lucio player, right? That's an asserting yourself on the lobby there. And unfortunately, I kind of felt that might have been in the offing. We just saw those Ottawa Gray players getting backed up into that corner, and there was just no room for them to stand. So I appreciate the aggression that's coming out here from SNHU, I must say.
Yeah, and Kresnik, the subbed-in tank for this team, doesn't get a lot of minutes, but is looking fantastic playing out there right now. Onto the Winston here to try and couple with the dive comp. Prince Subfire tried for some fancy footwork, went for the Esports ready rollout, ends up koi fish food. I mean, that's a 5v4 early. They just got to back up. Soft reset coming in right away.
Yeah, no choice there at all. Sometimes you get the rollout, and sometimes the rollout gets you. And it'll just be a little bit of a skirmish here on the front line, but nothing too significant, at least for the moment.
No, I mean, the easiest take Ottawa's going to have all night just came about. So SNHU, it's only going to be improvements from here. They're not going to have anything in the alts to work with, but we've seen what they can do in a clean fight. Interested to see how they choose to rotate. They amp the speed along the bridges here. They have to be careful to avoid the boop. They're able to get by the opening wall, and now the next fight is underway.
Well, it's a bad start here for the Ottawa side. Impress already dead. More effort, though, from V Striker. He's trying to repeat his performance there from the tail end of JoJo. He won't find it. Kresnik comes diving in, nearly dies, going for the chase. The Immortality Field coming in at just the last moment, or it might have been the Suzu, actually, who kept him alive right there. No, it's the Immortality Field. They'll hold on. SNU Pearl flips the point.
Yeah, 33% taken from Ottawa. Pretty much gifted to them after Prince Subfire ended up down in the pond below, but now again, no ultimates have been used this entire round. It's been clean fights going wild. We're going to have to see Ottawa come back in with the overclock. Maybe they get the Kitsune rush up in time, but SNHU, they've got an ant matrix they can hold Ottawa at bay with.
Oh, good kill to start it off, though. Max Effort gets capped right there by the Sojourn, and that'll start this whole
Prince
thing
again!
Prince Subfire with the double boop, though, and that'll rip the guts out of this attack right at the start here. I just don't think they have the tools in place to hold on to it, and they certainly don't. So a great effort there by SNHU Pearl, and again, the Lucio, the main player, the engine driving this team.
And I mean, that completely buys back what Prince ended up doing in the first fight where they fell into the pond. And already you can just kind of see them eyeing for boops along the bridge. They want to go on the short side. They amp up the speed. Prince was hungry for it there, but unfortunately no food on the table.
Oh, yeah, it's feast or famine here, but he's feasted more than he's famine, that's for sure. Good boop, tries to come in, won't fight it that time. Mary Mellon here dropping in on the side, getting some shots down. Prince Subfire did die, bit off maybe a little bit more than he could chew, and a beautiful Death Blossom from V Striker over the top, and he finishes it off with a fine style punch to the face of Max Effort.
Striker rolls in with some style there. The Death Blossom came up bloody. If you're a penman, SNHU sent packing that time. They're only going to have the Sound Barrier and a Blossom of their own. Impress can negate those pretty well, just with a very good Primal. Of course, Ottawa also has that Sound Barrier, and Chrissy Boy has the Overclock. We haven't seen the Sojourns popping off too much yet in this game, but now may be their chance.
They've got the tools in the tool chest, but can they use them? Kresnik coming over the top. Max Effort going in for the Death Blossom. Shut down by V Striker. Won't let his opposite number get anything at all. Now comes the Sound Barrier here as well as your Chrissy Boy jumps forward. Got that railgun firing away. Not quite finding the kills they were looking for, but Impress here harrying him all the way back to the spawn. Impress nearly bites off more than he can handle, but jumps back into the safety of his team.
And such great restraint there from yo Chrissy Boy on the side of Ottawa Gray, holding on to the overclock. They know that they are far from those blue check marks coming up for this next fight. That's going to be the only ultimate Ottawa has to work with for the final 15 seconds of this round. SNHU, they've got nothing in the bank, so it's a huge advantage for Ottawa in these final moments.
Well, here it is, final fight territory, riding the lightning. Mary Mellon in the tank form, pushing forward there, the gun firing as fast as it can. Yo, Chrissy Boy just backing up and taking some shots, but V Striker is down early this time. There will be no major clutch from the Reaper, and it's getting ugly. Here's the Baptiste step forward, does have the window. Raptor Lord puts it up. He's got to output some serious damage here. The point has flipped, so they'll turn it back around, and by hook or by crook, and perhaps by window, they have managed to drive Ottawa Gray back.
In Ottawa Gray, they try to make the retreat happen as quick as possible, but eventually they're all sent back to spawn. They should have just enough time to get to the point in desperation fashion. You can see them lining up right now. Impress might have to just jump through the window to try and make a play at the end. They've only got 5 seconds left to touch. They should get there in time, but they're going to get there staggered.
Well, here comes the charge of the Ottawa Grays. They're immediately met by Kresnik, who goes into Primal Rage form. That'll be a great hold here for them. Enables them to get a little bit of space. The Kitsune Rush coming in. Striker picks up 2 beautiful kills, and then he pops the Death Blossom as well. The Reaper gets 4 in that fight, and he's gangling for 5. He wants the whole team kill, and he finds it. Beautiful play from Striker to keep his team in this and secure them this point.
Striker with the ace as the overtime wick burns. That ties up things here on Lijiang Tower. SNHU is swinging way above board right now. This one is knotted up. It's been very competitive so far, Corbeck. I am anything but disappointed. We both thought this one was going to be a pretty quick running for Ottawa just to mow down SNHU, but SNHU, they've come to play their best Overwatch.
It does kind of feel that way, doesn't it? But I mean, plays like that and from V Striker, and I just, I don't know, man. I don't know if they'll be able to hold on right there through 3 more maps or 5 more maps or whatever it may be. But certainly a better showing than we really thought here as we get started on Lijiang Control Center, the last map here, or the last stage, I should say, on this control map. And we'll see if SNHU can pull out a little bit of the upset here with the Symmetra teleporter to throw them forward early.
And this is actually what I was expecting from SNHU. Mary Mellon onto the Junkrat. I saw them play a lot of that the first time I casted these teams. Goes down early as Striker. Just shoots those grenades in a slightly better spot, I suppose. SNHU is on the high ground, but Ottawa wraps quickly around.
Great spin there by Ottawa to come in behind them, and you'll see this Junkrat just chunking away, grenade after grenade going in, playing the ultimate Junkrat game of how many of them can you kill without even seeing them, and he'll keep firing it. And Chu actually has good positioning here for a support. He'll do some healing from the high ground. Nobody seems quite willing to challenge him as once more Impress begins to lurch his way forward. Chrissy Boy playing the outside again. Subfire's hungry, hunting for the boop. He won't quite find it. He ain't gonna stop though. Now he's pursuing Yo Chrissy Boy off the edge of the map, and that's one down right there. Ottawa Gray, though, holding on to the point. Good speed boost here from Subfire to keep this fight moving apace, and it's just neither side getting an advantage backwards and forwards. The two hammers swinging, nobody going down. Shatter delayed, big shatter, though, over the top, and that'll be a bunch of kills for SNHU right there. V Striker, the only one who can strike back.
Wow, Kresnik, I didn't think that shatter was going to land. There was so much hang time. It looked like Ottawa was going to have time to dodge it, but it did lay down 3. That was enough for SNHU to get some easy follow-up damage with a little speed boost from Prince Subfire. They've got the point back in their favor the same way they did the last round, with Ottawa sitting at 33% and a handful of ultimates about to come loose.
Well, the window opening up here from Atshu. That'll lead him forward. The shatter in the hands of Impress now. He'll want a big one to answer what he just saw. The Reinhardt's out of position. There's no good that can come of that. Kresnik did get the kill onto Lucio. Wasn't enough. And a good sound barrier there by Subfire, who continues to just do their level best to keep this team in the mix. Max effort now hunting down V Striker. Will find it, but it's relatively even. The point starting to flip back here, and you'll see Chrissy Boy stepping up to the challenge, is holding onto the ult at least temporarily.
Such a good job here by SNHU, soft resetting. They haven't given up the point yet. They're down and out in this fight. They've made about 20% out of a losing situation completely. Ottawa finally get the objective back in their favor. Chrissy Boy steps into a bear trap, gets sent back to spawn, but still looks like Ottawa are going to hold strong here. They'll have both damage-dealing ultimates, a sound barrier from nobody to bail them out if SNHU is able to let loose their DPS ultimates. The thing I'm looking out for in this next fight, though, is Kresnik landing another shatter, because Kresnik's been on Ryan a ton on Lijiang Tower. Not a lot of people are playing Ryan, and Kresnik is putting on a clinic right now. Definitely has Impress's number. Riptire opens things up, and in retaliation, it's Striker. It's an even trade.
Support versus support, but Chrissy Boy taking off the board. Speaking of supports, it's Prince Subfire in again, and once more, SNHU Pearl just comes storming onto the point. Max effort leading the charge right there, and they'll flip it back. So back and forth we go here, old charge.
Yeah, back and forth we go. Ottawa, very disciplined. They're not too concerned about giving up the objective and burning all their ultimates just to try and save it. SNHU, a lot of these fights have just been do or die. They will throw the bank at fights, even if it looks like they have no chance in winning. That puts them in trouble later in rounds when you don't have the chance to lose 2 fights in a row. Now, they're nearing that situation again.
Yeah, it's getting into do or die territory. Max effort charging forward here. No counter for this. The Death Blossom pops off. He's booped up in the air. It won't do any good. Yo, Chrissy Boy has their ult, their overclock in play here as well, but can't secure the kills that they need. So very, very close right here. But the rest of the team not there to back them up. And it's an ugly stagger here for Ottawa Gray. And I don't think they're going to be able to get back into this. There is that desperation touch effort here from nobody, but it will not happen. So in a bit of a surprise, Snoop Pearl here jumping out in the lead on the map count.
Not to talk down on SNHU. Again, New Hampshire native, I am rooting for this SNHU team, but it is more than just a bit of a surprise that SNHU take map number 1 off the 3-seeded team in their division. SNHU only have 6 map wins this season, and 3 of those came against a team that forfeited out because they could not hang in the division. SNHU, they know the playoffs are right around the corner. They have stepped up their game monumentally to take Lijiang Tower away against one of the better teams in Challengers Northeast.
Yeah, it's definitely something for them to hang their hat on, but can they maintain that consistency across the next couple of maps? I think that's the big question. We'll find out the answer in just a few minutes after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to this matchup between you, Otto Gray, and SNHU Pearl. I'm Korvac. Alongside me is Alt Charge, and it was a little bit of a shocker on the last map, a wild map number 1 on Lijiang Tower, where our underdogs, let's say, of SNHU Pearl, came out swinging and really, well, they cleaned Ottawa Gray's clock there at the end.
Yeah, they certainly did. SNHE was used to playing with Dargo as their tank, and Kresnik, who's been on the Reinhardt and the Winston for a little bit of Lijiang Tower, he's actually the coach for this team most of the time. Is a student coach, totally eligible to play and that sort of thing, but he's the person who's in charge of the VOD reviews, pretty much setting up strats for this team. And it says in his notes that he's an emergency sub as needed, but I think what is happening here is Kresnik comes into the game, has a game plan in mind, and is just IGLing this SNHU team like crazy because they're a huge difference maker so far.
Yeah, very true, and I think that probably helps dramatically. In order, especially to kind of keep them in line, and then of course a tank player. I mean, it's an important role in any given scenario.
The IGL role.
Yeah, the IGL role, especially on Reinhardt. I feel like, you know, that's he's a yeller if ever there was one here. But Max Effort standing on the doorway here, trying to pick up a kill, finds the other Widowmaker, or no, I'm sorry, Yo Chrissy Boy there. But just Tippy taps him, nothing too bad at the moment. Kresnik here pushing up to the corner, trying to make this one go forward. Raptor Lord kicks out to the right-hand side in a bit of a dangerous position, but we'll keep those healing grenades flying there. Oh, nearly loses the life of Lucio early on, but it's Yo Chrissy Boy who will actually die first. Mary Mellon going to work right there on the Junkrat, picks up 2, and then Max Effort just destroys V-Striker on the high ground, and hello, Snoo Pearl.
Yeah, Max Effort, like I said, during Lijiang Tower, they played a lot of Widowmaker the first time I casted them, and it wasn't paying off. There, that was a shot that just told Striker to challenge me as many times as you want. They just switched high grounds. One shot was all it took, and they dug a 6-foot grave for Striker. Now we're on to Streets phase with 5.5 minutes. SNHU just wiped away point number 1, already putting Ottawa on the back foot on defense.
Well, barns burn. They also get stormed. It's a barn storming performance so far here. Yo, Chrissy Boy trying to keep it alive. What a shatter. Oh, and they'll follow up on it too. V-Striker down early on. The DPS finding no joy here as nobody goes down. And that cart just continues to roll. And you can see Kresnik on the front line swinging for the fences. The tire over the top. That's Achu down as well. And this is just turning into an utter disaster here as Prince Subfire with the speed boost leads him right up to the jaws of this third point.
SNHU is brutalizing Ottawa right now. They're not afraid to use ultimates in a 6 versus 3 fight. They know how long the walk is from this defending spawn. This stall is massive for SNHU. It is going to get them to the finish line of Streets phase with ease. They pop the sights. They know where everyone is coming. It will be no surprises how Ottawa come out to this point.
Well, Mary Mellon jumping right into the gut of it somehow survives the shatter from Impress. He gets one. He finds a second one off the back of Mary Mellon, but isn't enough. Yo, Chrissy Boy manages to get one, but it won't stop the car from ticking forward in 5:38 on the clock, Alt Charge, as they come into point number 3.
Yeah, 5:38, like you said, Corbeck. You start a game of Overwatch with 4 minutes. They have captured second point 1 minute and 38 seconds in the future. SNHU right now is bending time on Kings Row against the 3-seeded team when they're coming in as the 8 seed, the bottom seed in their division. They're playing out of their minds right now, and so much of it is Kresnik and Max Effort in the back line hitting headshots. But Mary Mellon comes up with the opening elim here. Oh my, Striker has had an unfortunate Kings Row.
Nothing doing there for the DPS, and now the pressure just being applied directly to the forehead here of Ottawa Gray. They can't do anything about it. They've isolated the Sojourn there for a brief moment. Sojourn will escape, a lucky break. Impress actually managing to find some kills, and here comes the tank from Ottawa Gray. He's not giving this one up without a fight. Instead, though, he'll push it all the way up to the corner there, and that'll be the first time that SNHU Pearl has really hit a speed bump here on this map.
And this is a crucial switch from Impress onto the Winston. The only round of Lijiang Tower that Ottawa Gray was able to win was when Impress was on the Winston, able to just work around Kresnik, go into the back line, ignore the tank in front of you, just get onto those squishy targets. Impress needs that to be their game plan going forward.
Oh, Kresnik, I think, threw the shatter right there. I don't think they found the value out of it they wanted to. The anti-nade coming in. Kresnik's way out of position right here. He'll get gunned down by V-Striker, and it looks like another stabilization defense here from the side of Ottawa Gray. They're not quite ready to give this one up yet.
No, they are definitely not ready to give it up yet. I really think that Impress on this Winston is an incredibly winning pick going against SNHU's comp. It pretty much negates what Max Effort is able to do. Impress can just dive onto that Widowmaker, fight after fight, and it's going to be very tough for anyone else on SNHU to deal with that. It's going to be up to Max Effort just running away very well. And then while all that's going down, Striker is on Bastion right in your face doing a ton of damage.
Well, a delayed tire here from Mary Mellon. Hold it, hold it. Oh, Primal Rage right on top of the Junkrat. But Max Effort, she manages to find 2 right there on the Widowmaker while all that's going on. And the Primal Rage Winston, unfortunately, not achieving as much as they needed right there. In fact, the cart is gaining a lot of ground. Max Effort continuing to cover from a distance. 3 minutes, 10 seconds left on the clock here. Subfire's back basically up at the spawn doors, fighting over there. Here comes Impress trying to get into that squishy backline. He'll find Raptor Lord. Subfire also going down, so that'll be the heart taken out of the attack for now for SNHU Pearl, but they are knocking on the door.
They are knocking on the door, but again, in that last fight, SNHU had the numbers. Ottawa just kind of hung around. Impress no longer has to try and just go through Kresnik with some brawny strength. He can just leap right over him onto those squishies in the back line. That's how that last fight was won. We could see Impress do that for the next 2.5 minutes to close out this defense, but Snoo, burn the Ant Matrix here to try and open a window.
Well, the window is open, but can they get the kills they need off of it? No, the amplification matrix not doing enough right there. Now, Yo Chrissy Boy has the overclock in the pocket. Here comes Kresnik charging forward again, just trying to end things. The overclock still being held by Chrissy Boy, has not found the opportunity to use it. Both the DPS getting zoned out. Oh, that's a big kill. Achu is down. Their main support out of the effort. And speaking of effort, max effort over the top. Yo Chrissy Boy gets one with the railgun, but it is not enough. And here comes Snoo Pearl again, almost 2 minutes in the time bank.
This is so exciting. I love when there's a game on paper that looks like a complete mismatch and the underdog rises from the depths of hell and speedily takes 3 points on Kings Row, a map that's been around as long as Overwatch itself, a map that Ottawa should be totally comfortable playing against a Reinhardt comp, but Kresnik and company have come to this stage with a fire in their belly, looking to make other teams afraid of them going into playoffs.
They should be afraid of him right now. It feels like Ottawa Gray, they just do not have the answers here. They are scrambling. I mean, the swap to Impress on the Winston, I agree, that was a good call, and I think that did help settle the nerves a little bit, and they played better once they had that Winston in the lineup, but it just wasn't clicking. It wasn't enough, really, to counteract the aggression that was coming out of SNHU Pearl. I mean, they are right on top of Ottawa Gray almost every single fight.
Yeah, and while a minute 56 seconds seems like a lot of time to complete a map, SNHU Pro were on that third point with 5 minutes 38 seconds, I think is what we were saying. Just an incredible time bank to start things with. So even though Ottawa Gray, still, it's a hefty time bank to give up all 3 objectives, but they defended that third point very well. I'm surprised to see them on the Reinhardt right here. I was expecting Impress to just stick with the Winston because it worked very well for you for a very long time.
I agree 100%, and interesting, they've kept V-Striker on this Bastion here as well, and the leading edge of the assault team moves in. That's Impress on the front line. Shield getting a little cracked right there, but Mary Mellon strikes early and strikes hard. It's Yo Chrissy Boy who's down. Now it's Kresnik who gets out of the action. That's one of the supports taken off, but Kresnik is isolated. He's fighting for his life in a dark alley on Kings Row. Look at those heals. Look at the way they keep their main tank alive, and the coach has got to be happy with that.
My goodness, this team just must love Kresnik more than anything else in their lives because I can't believe how they're bailing them out time after time. They're giving everything, every single resource that SNHU has is devoted to just keeping Kresnik up and letting them play the style of Overwatch that is so aggressive that they've been getting away with so far. Kresnik already went through one Earth Shatter, sitting at 35% to their next one. I wouldn't be shocked if they beat Impress to the race on the next Shatter.
Another huge kill to start this off. Mary Mellon simply can't be stopped, but V-Striker and Impress, they're not done yet. They'll jump right back in. Kresnik gets cornered and beaten down in the hotel lobby, and Impress leads the charge forward onto the point. And this might be bad news here for SNHU Pearl.
Very good strat there from Ottawa, going into the Alderworth Hotel, making SNHU come into close quarters where Impress was just waiting with a ton of damage with those hammer swings. Striker also was indoors there, chucking nades right into the feet of SNHU. And SNHU, they got baited into it. They went inside the hotel. They didn't have to, but they did, and they blew up fast.
Well, into the archway they go, and the window coming out early on, that's just empowering the Junkrat right there, but the Shatter, the tire over the top, it won't find any kills, but there's enough room here for Kresnik to swing a hammer, and he'll get some kills back over it. Kresnik's hunting, he wants more, he's so hungry, but it's Max Effort who's doing all the eating from up on the high ground, and I think they've successfully pushed them right back to their spawn. You are not going to kill a Chew right there. You are! You filthy, filthy Prince Subfire. Look at that.
Subfire's been so aggressive tonight, and I don't think that's going to stop anytime soon. Mary Mellon comes up with a 3K to close that fight, and look at this defense setting up in the spawn doors. This is like setting up your soccer team's defense at the opponent's bench. Don't even let them onto the field.
Oh, no! Stop, Mary Mellon. They're already dead. My lord. They're going to keep them in those spawn doors whether they like it or not. Those grenades, the Junkrat grenades, and the mines, everything in such tight quarters. This is an absolute disaster here on the other side of the point. And there's no effort to come from an alternate angle here from the side of you, Ottawa Gray. The mine over the top. He finds V Striker. They're just pinning him here. They're not letting him out. And here comes the reversal. Finally, they've been looking for it. The trap giving the signal away. They're looking for a support. They'll find Chrissy Boy instead. Oh my goodness gracious. A Chew annihilated.
Oh, Mary Mellon, you're sick.
Mary Mellon, the B-15 bomber from Australia. The Junkrat just lobbing him in over the top.
Now is the time where, if you're Ottawa, you gotta be nervous that Mary Mellon's coming up on that 25 kill streak. There might be a tactical nuke coming your way because Mary Mellon has been unanswered now for like 3 fights in a row. It's been incredible what they've done. Just in the same spot on this high ground, they take down Striker once more. It's disgusting defense from SNHU.
Oh, there's a shatter
brutal.
at the spawn door. Impress can't even get out. The Sigma shoved right back in. And a Chew is down again. And this, in their worst nightmares, would Ottawa and Gray have not imagined that this match could have gone like this.
Beat him up, Kresnik. The gloves are off. You've been throwing hands all game long. And I still can't help but go back to that soccer defense analogy. They are defending the opponent's bench right now. They are not letting him onto the field. Kresnik, a beautiful prediction on that fire strike. SNHU's not done yet. They don't care how many ults you use to get out of this spawn door. It still may never happen.
Mary Mellon in a little bit of danger there, but they just can't seem to kill him. Junkrat slithering and sliding out of the way. Still has the tire to hold on to. Now a couple of ults coming online here. Tire point blank in. He'll get nobody. And that'll stop anybody from getting out of those spawn doors yet again. I say that though, and V-Strikers actually slipped the net, coming from behind. Impress picks one up as well. And that might be the end of this brilliant hard hold at the spawn doors. I think it is. Kresnik, the lone battler on the point. And they'll get double killed by a remech. Good Lord in heaven almighty.
It took 3 ultimates to move this cart the first 25 meters on Streets phase, and it took 3.5 minutes to get those wheels churning again. SNHU, they kept on throwing every ultimate they had as quickly as they got it online in that spawn door defense. It's going to pay off huge. They're going to get back to this objective with the payload still plenty of distance away from the second point objective. They've got plenty of time to set up the way they want. Max Effort pops the sights here. Again, no surprises from Ottawa. The tire comes out. It is able to find Raptor.
Good tire to start things off. That's a big kill right there. Kresnik is down too, and Kresnik has really been the driving force for a lot of these plays. So I think the only answer here is what Ottawa Gray is doing. They're going to continue to take space, and SNHU is just going to have to fall back and let him have it.
Yeah, SNHU definitely playing very reserved right now. They dropped 3 members. The payload still just kind of inching its way toward the destination. Ottawa came out of spawn on a completely different comp, bar their DPS. Already SNHU opened up with a pick, and that's a green light if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, it sure is, but they won't find another. The overclock here from Yo Chrissy Boy coming in huge on the tail end. That's both supports down. Nobody, though. The support vengeance coming in right there. If you don't get any, we don't get any either. Mary Mellon dropping in over the top. He wants one more. He won't find the Baptiste. He's too low on health. It's actually Achu who gets a well bit of deserved support revenge, and the cart will continue to come forward. 25 seconds left on the clock.
3 versus 2 right now. Ottawa have the numbers, but Kresnik doesn't want to go anywhere. They know they have a rip tire reinforcement coming. The self-destruct thrown out. It finds Kresnik. That should seal the second point, and it does. But Ottawa are not working with much time anymore, Korbeck.
This is desperation straits here for Ottawa Gray. 1 minute and 30-ish seconds left in the time bank. They have to win this. They cannot lose here. They cannot go 2 down in this series against a team that they should have well in hand, but you can feel the thunder building here on the side of Impress. Does not want to give this one up. A few shots here on the entryway as they start to push forward, and we're looking for the initial touch, and here it comes. Kresnik leading the charge. The tire over the top. It's hunting it. It gets 1. The immortality field, never mind. He thought he had a kill. He won't quite find it. Kresnik is forced to backpedal here. The immortality field being held onto by Raptor Lord as here comes Impress again, leading the charge on the Diva, just being an almighty nuisance. And Kresnik is so low. Beautiful immortality field to keep the Reinhardt alive, at least for now. But no, they'll find the kills that they need.
And now SNHU is going to be down their main tank, their force, their final boss that has been all game. Kresnik will have to come out of spawn here with just 20 meters left for this payload to push. SNHU, they've got the sound barrier to get them on point. Kresnik will likely farm up the shatter here pretty fast, but Striker is able to take down Prince of Fire, and that sound barrier is going to be nowhere. SNHU has to go into the meat grinder, and they're able to. Melon finds another pick.
Melon with the crossfire, but it won't last long. Nobody gets the kill. The shatter comes over the top, and the sound barrier is invested here too. It's very aggressive. It's keeping them in this fight. 15 seconds left on the clock. Here comes the window. The self-destruct in and over. Impress does just enough, and we push on now into overtime.
Well, Ottawa is lucky to have an overtime effort coming up in this round. SNHU only had to hold that for 11 more seconds, and they would have denied Ottawa the overtime chance. But what I noticed from that last round is the same thing I noticed on Lijiang. If Ottawa doesn't even go close to the mirror match, just don't try to Ryan v. Ryan Kresnik right now because he is playing off the farm. Impress has to be on a dive hero, closing on the backline as quick as possible. Anything you can to make sure you can ignore Kresnik and still find value, that's the strategy Ottawa has to go with. After they changed comps, despite how much they were getting battered in their spawn doors on second point, they changed comps and the payload really didn't stop too much.
I know, I couldn't agree more. I mean, it was a good, I think, compositional swap. The Diva obviously helped an awful lot, but you do have the feeling there that Ottawa Grey kind of pulled that one out by the hairs of their chinny chin chin. I mean, it really looked like they were struggling in front of those spawn doors. The fact that they were actually able to get it as far as they did, I think, is genuinely impressive.
Yeah, I think they have no business after that kind of brutal spawn hold that we all witnessed and got so excited about because that is some awesome Overwatch. I don't think Ottawa had any business completing this map. I think SNHU really faltered to let them do it. All Ottawa had to do was change a couple of pieces and they were able to push the payload the distance despite being able to not be able to push it 10 meters for 3 minutes. Yet Ottawa adapted. That's what you need to do in Overwatch. That's what a well-coached team does. They came back with a vengeance and they're able to get an overtime attack. But Chris goes down. Max Effort has not stopped gaming.
Max Effort, though, will get killed by V-Striker, the backline. V-Striker actually challenged right there, but the Sombra's still alive. There comes the hack onto Kresnik. This might be a good call. The Sombra forced to withdraw here, but this will be a sign for the pressure to start. A Chew gets the kill onto Mary Mellon. Impress is getting all the heals in the world right now, being kept alive in this fight. And it'll be kills from the Ottawa Grey side as well that start to pick up right here. And it's a little bit of a backup here for SNHU Pearl. They just don't have the tools, so point number 1 will be captured.
SNHU, all night, they have been way too strong if they're able to keep Ottawa in front of them. Striker going over to the Sombra completely changes their ability to do that. They have to constantly turn their heads, and anytime they do that, it could be Chrissy Boy taking an off angle, Impress going for a dive in with Striker. Ottawa just got way more mobile this round, and that is a scary thing if you're SNHU.
It's a scary thing indeed. Oh God, they're learning. What are you gonna do? They're learning. They'll open doors next. That'll be the next thing. Anyway, Impress leading the charge here. V-Striker will find Max Effort again. That's Sombra just plaguing the Widowmaker and plaguing Kresnik as well. They don't have to seem to have a particularly good answer for the Sombra. And meanwhile, Yo Chrissy Boy is just taking an advantage of those openings. And the Sombra coming in right there to shut down the high-flying antics of Prince Subfire.
Well, it won't be a 3-minute spawn door hold this time. The payload is just taking off out of the garage doors that open up on second point. Striker's going to have EMP this next fight. Impress will have some fireworks with the self-destruct. If they time this well, it could be lights out for SNHU Pearl's second point defense. They're going to have a Riptire of their own coming up on tank and support ultimates, but do they have enough time? They need to stay alive here. Ottawa's taking fights awfully quickly.
Big EMP right there. Very good. 3 down. Kresnik will die for it. Here comes the tire over the top. No immortality field that time. Mary Mellon finds 2. Now the grenades raining in again, and here comes Mary Mellon on the follow-up. He wants one more. They need these kills. The Junkrat must find them, and they're getting right up into Impress right there, doing maximum damage. Good sound barrier there to delay, but Impress is pulled way off the point in an overtime scenario. That was actually a pretty dangerous play. Will come working back here, destroys the trap, and together together. The Lucio and the Diva are holding the fort down, but oh no,
Shatter's
here
back.
comes Kresnik. Kresnik's got
No
the
shield.
shatter. That's right, he's waiting for it. There it goes. It's big. The charge coming in, but the immortality field will keep the fight going. Achu, though, got caught out. That's a huge loss of healing right there, and Kresnik storms forward. Impress tries to hold on, but it won't be enough. An impressive push nonetheless from Ottawa Gray.
And although Kresnik has been the star in this one so far, Mary Mellon and Prince Subfire in overtime right there, they held on for what seemed like an eternity. They had a sound barrier, and Mary Mellon started that fight with a Riptire, ended the round at 84% to their next Riptire. Mary Mellon didn't have the easiest time hitting those grenades to finish off kills as quickly as they possibly could have, but they were able to stay alive, and that's what mattered. That allowed Kresnik to get back into the fight, charge up the remaining 5% of that Earth Shatter, and lay it down with no shield in the way to clean up the rest of those kills onto Ottawa. Now they're going to have 2 minutes, 42 seconds. Is that enough time to push it just about to the second point objective? I don't know. I think they're going to end up in overtime either way.
Well, I guess the real question here, Alt, is whether or not SNHU Pearl is kind of able to adapt, right? We've seen Ottawa Gray, I think, pull off a pretty good adaptation to the style that Pearl is playing here. The question, I think, then becomes, does Pearl, can they do the same thing? Because I think some things probably need to change here. Max effort on the Widowmaker, I feel like that wasn't getting a ton of value. I mean, V-Striker has basically turned themselves into personal demon there, so that is something that I think that they could swap off of, honestly, at the start.
Yeah, I think Stryker just turned themselves into a Widowmaker-seeking missile in that last round,
Indeed.
which completely negated max effort. I think SNHU, again, their strengths come when Ottawa is able to stay in front of them. I think they have a lot easier time keeping the defenders in front of them than you do having the attackers come in front of you, especially on a map with so many mid-flanks like this. Mary Mellon already picks off Chris, and the attack is steamrolling once more.
Mary Mellon endangered, though. There's a Sombra in the way, but Impress has lost the mech. That's probably a worse development here for the side of Ottawa Gray. There are a ton of SNHU bodies on the point, and they should lock this one down. V-Striker still hunting. Will find max effort. Not going to give up the ghost on that one, but Raptor Lord will banish him back to the spawn.
And that pick on max effort, essentially nothing there because they spawn right next to where they died. The recall does a ton of damage to Kresnik, but Kresnik is not afraid of anything. Totally fearless right now with their second kill play. They gather up the Mega, they speed boost out. Kresnik and Prince together are so coordinated. I am loving this Ryan Lucio play. This brings me back to Overwatch 1 King's Row.
Yeah, it's just some goat stuff here with the way they're kind of taking these fights and the sheer sustain of the healing as well. Now you'll see Impress, though, pushing up to the corner of the bookstore, fighting it out. Mary Mellon gets hacked. Mary Mellon stays alive. I just saw the health bar go down and right back up. The supports doing their work here on the back line. It's Impress who has to backpedal the hack onto Mary Mellon right there as he'll come sailing in over the top. He's hunting for Yo Chrissy Boy. He won't quite find it, but we're in danger territory here for Ottawa Gray. The end goal nearly in sight.
And they're getting there before it's going to be overtime, too.
Oh!
The Shatter lays down 3. They commit everything. The EMP comes loose, but is it enough?
The tire comes sailing in. There's nothing to stop it. Mary Mellon picks that up. And here comes the members of SNHU Pearl. Kresnik leading the charge. Achu drops in. The immortality field keeps it going for a few seconds, but it's the box of victory. And 2 maps in the bank for the underdogs here tonight.
Wow. SNHU, how about it? Coming alive the last week of the regular season against a great opponent in Ottawa Gray, and they couldn't be asking for anything more of themselves right now. SNHU is doing exactly what they needed to and more tonight. No one was expecting this team to put on this kind of performance, but what a sight that they are.
Well, that said, though, Ottawa Gray has shown us the basics of adaptability right here. They've got the power of evolution. They can counteract. They looked better as King's Row went on. So it's not quite done yet, ladies and gentlemen. You still need to see SNHU secure 1 map. Don't go anywhere. We'll have the next part of this surprisingly thrilling series right after this break.
All right, and we're back. Dorado, the stage for map 3 here. I'm Alt Charge, joined by Corbeck, in such a thrilling game between you, Ottawa Gray, and SNHU Pearl. SNHU Pearl, the 8 seed, the bottom seed in their division, 2-0 right now against the 3 seed Ottawa Gray, the final regular season game. Corbeck, it's been Lijiang and Kings Row so far. Maps where you can force Reinhardt. SNHU Pearl, I think they've ran out of those maps in this pool.
Maps where you can force Reinhardt sounds like a Jeopardy category, but maps where you can
300, Alex.
Yeah, for 300, please. I'll take Kings Row. Anyway, looking at this one, I agree with you. I think the thing is, Kresnik is swapping over to Winston, so we know for sure that Kresnik can play the Rhine. I feel like our sample size on how Kresnik plays the Winston is a little limited. So maybe there's a little bit more in this matchup. I'm interested to see the double sniper composition and how that looks, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I am too. I mean, that's definitely something to keep an eye out on. Kresnik, I have total faith they can play the Winston, but can the rest of SNHU Pearl play around the Winston as well as they were playing around the Reinhardt? Because they looked like a total unit there. It can't just be Kresnik showing off their skills. It has to be Prince there in the wings, helping the main tank on every play. It's a team effort, and that's what we saw when they were on Ryan. We haven't seen them win a round when Kresnik's not on that hero yet.
Well, bad loss there early on. Prince Subfire going down. Raptor Lord getting knocked off as well. So Chrissy Boy has struck back and struck with a vengeance. And that'll kneecap this attack very early on here from SNHU Pearl.
And I'm already looking at Ottawa's composition. It plays way better to the strengths of a Winston than SNHU Pearl. A Chew on the Ana has a couple of nano targets anytime they get that ultimate online. Those nades, those sleeps can be huge to counter Kresnik and company. SNHU Pearl, they're relying on picks from their snipers in the backline. They don't have a lot of help up front for Kresnik.
Achu firing as fast as possible right there, just pumping the bolt on that rifle to keep the team alive, and a lot of bodies up here in the corridor, a lot of shuriken flying around as well. The lamp actually has to go out right there, and it'll be destroyed almost as quickly. Achu coming up now on the backside, jumping once more into the hallway. Kresnik coming in though, and Subfire is there, impressing nobody both down. Kresnik does take a little nap there, but he's so close to the rest of the team and so close to the point. There's not much they can do about it. Kresnik now looking for an aggressive leap into the more vulnerable backline. He'll find it. Chrissy Boy being kept alive through all of that, but the bubble coming out right now. Oh, is he going to primal right here? No, he'll back up a little bit. They've got the window to play with as well, but this is a bit of a dangerous territory. And Press coming in over the top. The immortality field already down. There's that primal. We were talking about it. Kresnik jumping around, but it's Raptor Lord taken out by the Anti, and they can't seem to bring a Chew down. They'll find it. Kresnik gets one. Mary Mellon gets the other. The Dragons come sailing across the point for the clear. That'll force the sound barrier. V-Striker, though, unleashes the blade upon his back and gets 2 big kills, and then Impress wins the tank duel. So 0.63 meters is the number.
I was worried that fight for Ottawa. The second I saw a Chew Nano Impress, and Impress trying to zap away at Kresnik, not going for squishies, I thought that just based on that kind of blunder play alone, SNHU would have been able to take that fight. But Ottawa Gray was not afraid to buy back into that fight with everything. The sound barrier and the Dragon Blade to close the deal. Now they're going to have to defend against 2 SNHU support ultimates here. They're going to have a Primal and the Overclock to work with Chrissy. We've seen him pop off with the Overclock before. Took him a little bit to wake up. Lijiang Tower, they were very quiet on Sojourn. Kings Row, they started to come alive. Here, they're going to have to be the playmaker.
Oh, Raptor Lord's in serious trouble in the back line. V-Striker doing what a Genji does best and hunting for it. Max Effort has swapped over to the Somber here as well, but that's a no-joy scenario. Nobody just shuts it down. Subfire dropping quickly as well. And ooh, Dorado looking a little grim here on first point. Only 56 seconds left.
Yeah, and SNHU Pearl, they know that if they play the Reinhardt here, it's gonna be pretty difficult, but you know, that's what has won you maps so far. Do you die on the sword? You haven't won a map off Reinhardt. You've played phenomenal so far on it, but they stick on this dot composition. They want to get it to work, Corbeck.
Oh, the sound barrier here in the pocket, and oh, it's getting dangerously low for Kresnik, who is fighting on that front line. Kresnik now has to pop the primal just to stay in the mix. Chrissy Boy still has the overclock, but unfortunately Kresnik, he's taking a little nappy poo there on the backside of the point. Still got a little bit more primal left, but the main thrust of it is out of the way. The bubble coming down right there. Kresnik will win the tank duel. Kresnik needs to stay alive. He won't find it. It's V Striker again to just harass on the back line, and the overclock from Chrissy Boy. This is probably enough to end it. Can't seem to hit the Lucio that's just darting and dodging through the air. Can't seem to hit anyone, frankly. And here comes Torbjorn leading the charge. They'll get the turret. At least that one's stationary. And here comes Mary Mellon over the top. Impress is there to clean it up, though. And it looks like a disaster for SNHU Pearl as V Striker jumps in with the Dragon Blade at the last second just to make sure everything's clear. Kresnik drops in one more time to hold, but it will not be enough. And dreams to memes here on El Dorado for SNHU Pearl.
Yeah, Ottawa just responded the way they needed to. They didn't just, make it so SNHU didn't complete the map. They didn't even get the first point. Dorado is a very obtainable first objective in an even matchup. Those two teams were on similar compositions, not exact mirrors, but both Winston-based compositions, and it did not look like a balanced game. Ottawa was running away with that. They can coordinate plays with a Winston far better than SNHU has shown that they can. SNHU, if they defend here, I'm looking for a Reinhardt spawn hold. I'm looking to just get the first fight as close to the doors as possible, because after that, Dorado really opens up, and that's when Ottawa's composition is going to shine. SNHU need to really just close the doors early. Kresnik, we haven't seen this before, Korbeck.
No, we haven't seen this before, and hey, I'll watch anything once. It's an interesting setup, that's to be sure, Alt. I don't know if the Roadhog is the answer, though. I mean, to be fair, I guess a Roadhog could make Winston have a little bit rougher time. I don't know. That's a fascinating pick. I'll be honest with you, I genuinely want to see this work just for the bants. To be fair.
If it works, too, it would work at such a big moment for SNHU after an attacking round that was so disappointing. To get a full hold on this would be insane.
Hook. That's what it matters. Kresnik has to find some big hooks here. Could actually make Impress have a little bit of a hard time if they play it right. This is very anti-Winston oriented with the Reaper in there as well. But the Winston, not really giving them the satisfaction. Impress doesn't want to go forward, and I can't help but wonder why. He's more than happy to let the rest of the team do his dirty work. Prince Subfire in the receiving end of the aforementioned dirty work right there. And, Kresnik did get a hook. Nobody's down early, so a trade of Lucios occurs right here as Mary Mellon escorts the rest of the team back. They've still got Kresnik leading on the Roadhog as dual fields going on. Whoa, hello, Mary Mellon. All right. We see it. A little bit of an ego there from the Sojourn. He goes back into the back line. He's trying to find the Ana, but he misses and he hooks the Winston instead. And he'll survive that, though. Hey, you know what? Credit where credit is due. Kresnik slips out the back like a little overweight Australian Houdini.
Well, they've stopped the payload right at the bridge. This is the closest corridors SNHU is going to be able to set themselves up with. Kresnik, final boss goes on the flank. Achoo! Go to sleep!
Flank Hog lives, ladies and gentlemen. You'll find him here in the NECC. You thought he was gone, but he's always there, haunting your dreams. He'll fall back to the rest of his team right now. He doesn't want to be caught looking. And a little bit of a regroup here, perhaps, for the side of Ottawa Gray.
Kresnik is the Roadhog you pray for in your ranked games, but it's never the one you get. They're going to have the whole hog here for this next fight. Let's see him do some damage. They're going to need to be a playmaker as Raptor Lord goes down. They had the only other ultimate online. Mary Mellon nearly has the overclock. They're coming up on a sound barrier. Kresnik tries to buy some time, and it doesn't look like they're able to buy enough. Mary Mellon still gets primal.
Oh, Kresnik can't find the right hook right there as Impress just goes to town on the back line. Kresnik will be the final victim. And here comes the cart coming forward. I don't think there's anybody who can really touch this. Subfire tries to jump on, and hello, Raptor Lord. He'll fling himself into the pit of sacrifice. The immortality field giving him about 3.3 seconds more of life, if even that. And Impress is just annihilating here as it's a ball stall. Out comes the hamster. He'll go into standard hamster stall formation right there. The sound barrier helping to keep the dream alive. And there's the clone coming out. Kresnik simply can't survive this. Kresnik actually pulling that out for longer than I thought. But finally, Ottawa Gray gets on the board.
And the full hold defense pays off. They're able to make relatively quick work of the first objective to take Dorado 1-0. They hit a little bit of a speed bump, just one fight there where Kriznik was able to get a flank hog pick, which is what Roadhog has to try and do, right? But it really didn't get them too much success. Up next, Corbeck, we're going to be going over to New Queen Street. Did we see SNHU come back on the Reinhardt, or did they again try and go away from it?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, honestly, at this point in time, I think they go for the Reinhardt. I really do. I would rather them run the Reinhardt and win, or get closer to winning, than struggle on that Winston composition, because it was just not. That was not what they needed.
No, and Lijiang Tower, it was a 99-99 game where it was Winston. Dorado, that was much more telling of how these teams match up on that comp. It wasn't close, but Push, totally new game mode, totally new story. I hope they break it out again, Corbeck.
I sure hope so too, but we'll be right back to see how that new map goes after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to this exciting game here between Ottawa Gray and SNHU Pearl. I'm Corbeck. Alongside me is Alt Charge, and we head to some new ground here from Overwatch 2. It's New Queen Street, in fact, here in this Challengers Division matchup. And, well, I gotta ask, Alt Charge, how do you rate the chances here of Pearl?
It all depends on what heroes I see them select right away. Are they gonna go with what works and make this one a bloodbath for Ottawa and make them really have to earn it against a strong comp? They are. Kresnik locking in the Reinhardt. Impress going to be dueling him on the Diva. This is the matchup you want to see. Ottawa know how to adapt to the Rein comp, but Kresnik has just been so good tonight. Can they outplay this mobile composition of Ottawa? This is the stage I wanted to see. This is the battleground I was hoping for New Queen Street, and it is what we have in front of us. It is anyone's game, Corbeck. It really is.
It does certainly feel that way. I think Pearl has opened up, but Kresnik, I mean, this Reinhardt, it's been really good the couple of times we've seen it. Is it good enough here to help them out on this push match? So that's the real question. Impressed back on that Diva, and admittedly, the Diva was looking awfully good as well. Striker coming in now on the Sombra, gets the hack there onto Kresnik, and all the heads of the team whip around right there. The counter hack. Oh, Striker escapes. Oh, by the absolute skid of their teeth right there as Kresnik gets hacked in a big way. Now all the pressure being applied. Chrissy Boy getting absolutely destroyed right there as Raptor Lord just attempts to keep his tank alive, and Kresnik is just pounding away here, and Impress is basically isolated, tries dashing back to the rest of the team, but they'll lose the mech and then they'll lose their life, and oh, that's just a cleanup on the Ottawa Gray.
Not every team in Challengers Division does it, but you can just tell the way Kresnik is flying around the map that SNHU is calling out their speed boosts so well. He flew up to high ground there to get that opening kill onto Creasy Boy and then darted to the low ground to pick up the second elimination. SNHU Pearl, they know how to make a Rein comp incredibly mobile. Again, such a scary thing for Ottawa because they're used to Rein comps being very slow in scrims, I'm assuming, and that is not the case tonight. SNHU Pearl is coming at you with some lightning hammer swings.
Oh, Kresnik tensed on the corner here like a jungle cat waiting to pounce. V-Striker kicking to the outside, trying to find a good hack opening. They've got the window in the pocket. The self-destruct bottled right there. Doesn't go anywhere. And here comes the window. Kresnik uses that as an excuse to go forward. All forwards power to the engines, and he'll charge into the fight, but they won't get much off the back of it. I think it was a little bit bottled on their end as well. Mary Mellon here doing the rear check, looks for it, gets hacked instead. Mary Mellon trying to stay alive. The mag dump there from the Uzi, not enough. Yo, Chrissy Boy, though, does get caught. Now Kresnik has a shatter. He'll push right up through the window. What a shatter! Look at that. He comes surging forward. And that, I think, has broken the front line here effectively. V-Striker now hunting. Mary Mellon is down, and Raptor Lord is down. This Sombra doing major work. He's got one more hack in. The push bar still pushing forward. The EMP here in the pocket as well as Kresnik, the latest victim here of this Sombra push.
And SNHU Pearl, they did great that fight, but who did better? V-Striker made a huge play on the flank, kept the EMP too for the upcoming engagement. If you Ottawa Gray can just stay alive in these fights and try and bait Kresnik forward, that's going to allow Striker to make those flank plays fight after fight. If you can just get SNHU to extend their tank a little bit farther than he should be, then Striker is bound to close in on a support in the backline.
Oh, Max Effort gets caught looking right there and is brought down. Now, Yo, Chrissy Boy is engaging in a little long-range tete-a-tete with the members here of SNHU Pearl. He's got that overclock in the pocket, too, so they can pop that out if they need it. Here comes in another attempted hack from V-Striker. V-Striker won't find the target, but Raptor Lord does go down, so a huge portion of the healing here for SNHU Pearl taken off the board very early on. Out comes that disruption field one more time as Yo, Chrissy Boy continues to be a thorn in the side.
And SNHU Pearl have to be careful here. They're about to lose their lead, and this objective so crucial in push. The team who takes the first objective has about an 80% win rate in this game mode, and you Ottawa Gray are closing the distance. They've just taken the lead.
Ooh, they're so close to it now here as well. I don't think there's any members of the team in position where they can get it, though Mary Mellon does get a good kill onto their opposite number. Yo, Chrissy Boy, I think, jumping forward right there to sacrifice themselves for the cause, and sure enough, the push bot has reached the first checkpoint. 3 ults in the bank now here as well for you, Ottawa Gray.
I love in push how, like, the bot has to take a break at the objective. Just, like, stretch the legs a little bit, you know? It makes no sense.
Big EMP leading out right there. Doesn't really do enough for them, though. Mary Mellon will find V-Striker, though, and get a kill with the overclock, and that'll lead the rest of the team forward right here. Kresnik very low, needs help, has a shatter here as well. The Immortality Field will extend the Reinhardt's lease on life. Good shatter! Can they follow it up? Got one, got two. The self-destruct finds Prince Subfire out of position. Impress gets taken for an absolute ride. Reinhardt versus D.Va in a tight hallway. The Hammer trying to find the kill. It's like a scene from Old Boy right there. Can't quite make it work. Impress now charging forward and hunting it down. Raptor Lord trying to provide heals and will do so. Kresnik still alive. I can't even believe the Reinhardt survived.
Kresnik, how do you get away with that? He's still at large in this fight. The EMP comes through in the back line. Raptor Lord already goes down. Mary Mellon responds.
Striker won't be able to survive for long back there, but nobody's trying to harass the Reinhardt. Nobody feels all alone. He ain't got nobody with him. He does now. Yo, Chrissy Boy jumping in. The disruption field thrown out. Mary Mellon, though, comes forward and shuts down the Lucio. That's both healers out of the mix here, and they will get their push bot up to the checkpoint as well.
Again, just scratching himself right now. Needs a bit of a break once he gets to that objective, but SNHU, they've taken the lead by just a sliver. No, maybe not. The bot already moving backwards. You Ottawa Gray still has the numbers up on the scoreboard that show themselves in favor. Nobody gets the pick there onto Prince, and now they're marching back with the lead. Still just by a sliver, but they've got it.
Well, the push bot, oblivious to the horrendous violence occurring around it, gets back to work as Impress now tries to get back to work, has cornered Kresnik, trying to secure the kill. Kresnik tries to stay alive. Kresnik slips the net one more time. The shotguns can't bring Kresnik down, and he's still in it.
Kresnik is absolutely limit testing Reinhardt tonight, getting away with such insane overextensions, but able to reel it back in. Mary Mellon pops the overclock and pops nobody back to spawn.
Yeah, nobody just not having a very good night, and 3 kills now lining up here for Pearl as they're on the offensive for sure. It's just a Baptiste here left at the end of the day, and they will just sweep the deck. So this push map really turning into genuine push back and forth.
And this has just been the story of the game, too. Just so even. Any lead that there has been here on New Queen Street has been so incredibly slim, and that is just the competition we've had on our hands tonight. Kresnik has a shatter coming up. The hack goes into the backline, but Kresnik still is going to be a force here.
Bomb over the top, only finds the Immortality Field. Unfortunately, Mary Mellon will be caught on the backside of it. Nobody finding the kill right there. Kresnik gets hacked. He gets the shatter off. He actually gets a kill with it onto a Chew, but unfortunately, the rest of the team just dies around him. Subfire here in the middle getting beat up rather mightily. And now the push bot begins his walk back the other way.
And that could have been the push map losing play there for SNHU. They threw in the shatter, the EMP, the sound barrier, and now Kresnik is over to the Zarya, trying to counter Impress on the D.Va. Kresnik, they're a force in the front line. If they do that same amount of work on Zarya, Ottawa is going to have to switch. Kresnik is going to take control again, but we haven't seen him do it on any other hero yet, so it is a testing time for Kresnik and SNHU.
Kresnik advancing into the jaws right there. Good EMP, shuts down the window. Raptor Lord, the initial victim. Achu, though, jumps on Prince Subfire as well. So that's both the healers down in their tank, soon to follow. And that should be the tail end of this as Max Effort gets wiped off the deck. It's just the lone straggler here of Mary Mellon who will not survive. And the push bot pushes forward now in favor of Ottawa Gray.
And that was kind of what I was expecting in that fight. That is why Ottawa's the 3 seed in this division. SNHU is the 8. On this push map, it has looked how it should. Ottawa Gray is just using ultimates smarter than SNHU, especially in those last 2 fights. The EMP held on to counter the window, and now Ottawa continues to push this bot toward its final destination, but it's a 3v3 spawn advantage SNHU.
A flurry of destruction right here as Max Effort tries to stay alive on the outside edge and get a hack in. There is that hack onto Impress. Impress charging back in the opposite direction, still hunting for the kill. Did take Subfire out of it. Impress with the pistol gets the kill and stays alive there momentarily on the D.Va, but jumps off the edge to the quick remake.
Yeah, I like how Impress knew they had to die there, but we're like, no, let me just give them one real quick. Hits the melee to kind of even out the fight for a few more seconds. SNHU, they're going to be marching down with the EMP, the overclock, 50% to grab. Ottawa is going to have an overclock and a window to use here. They've done a great job not letting SNHU get to that advanced spawn these last couple of fights.
Well, Mary Mellon can't find the kill they need from the high ground. In fact, Mary Mellon's down. Yo, Chrissy Boy jumping up there, gets both the DPS in turn. And with less than a minute left, this is not looking good for SNHU Pearl. The fight's still boiling on the point right there, but you get the feeling that it's almost over. Raptor Lord and Kresnik both go down. Sunfire, the last one left alive. Sunfire will get killed. And, ooh, this might be it. This might be curtains here.
I've seen crazier things happen, but you've got to remember for SNHU, they've got some distance to cover where the bot has to push the barricade. That makes the round a lot longer than it might look on your scoreboard, and they've got to come at it from their own spawn here. Which ultimates do they use first? They've got to keep refrained from not using all of them. It's EMP to open it up.
Oh no, self-destruct coming out right there. It finds 2-1. It's all they needed. Impress gets the kill onto Subfire, and that's about as bad as it could go. The overclock too soon. Kresnik's ult gets eaten by Impress, and it's only a matter of seconds here, and it'll be Ottawa Gray who will take the win up in Canada on New Queen Street.
Well, that means we're going to be headed to map 5. The stage is set for a U Ottawa Gray reverse sweep. Corbeck, play of the game goes to the man himself. Just kidding, it's Striker. Taking control on the Sombra, taking away play of the game here. And it's a beautiful EMP once more. No, it's not. It's actually the first backline flank we saw. This is what Ottawa has kind of adapted to playing around SNHU Pearl. This play of the game is textbook why Ottawa is able to win New Queen Street in the first place. That adaptation of their play style, getting behind SNHU, not staying in front of them. That's how they're able to win the last 2 maps. They've got one more to do it to pull off maybe a miracle, a reverse sweep.
Yeah, well, what's that I hear in the distance? It's the beep beep of the reverse sweep cheap. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. A thrilling map 5 on the way here on NECC right after this break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's Oasis Map 5 here in a match that we thought was going to be done in 3, but it's been a thriller, a roller coaster here on the B stream of NECC. I'm Corbeck, alongside me is Alt Charge, and it's the last one. What are we going to see? You think Reinhardt will save them here if you're SNHU Pearl, or is it just not enough?
I mean, Kresnik opening up things on the D.Va here. Apparently it's not enough. Kresnik has given it his all on that hero, but just coming up short the last 2 maps. They didn't play it one bit on Dorado. I mean, I do kind of feel like you gotta test it. It is a different map than New Queen Street. Maybe you can make the Rhine work. Maybe not on this point, but I think we are going to see it on some point here on Oasis. I think that is the sword they have to die on. It's the only reason this game has been as competitive as it has been.
Yeah, live by the Rhine, die by the Rhine, I think is maybe the way we can talk about it, and I wouldn't be surprised if he makes another appearance, but here the initial clash coming in on the high ground, and Kresnik getting lit up there. The healing, though, remains steady. Raptor Lord got in a dangerous spot right there to keep his tank alive, but they will do so as the rest of SNHU Pearl regroups on the body of the D.Va. Looks like the initial cap here, though, trending towards Ottawa Gray. V-Striker just throwing shurikens in a big fan, point blank, getting as much damage as he can, dropping in over the back. Raptor Lord is his main prey, but Impress now dropping on top of Kresnik. It'll be Kresnik, though, who gets the first kill. Yo, Chrissy Boy goes down, and there goes V-Striker as well. So both the DPS knocked out here for Ottawa Gray. Kresnik all over the place. Kresnik right up in the face of Impress, and the D.Va impresses indeed here for the first cap.
Kresnik and company making it work, not on the Reinhardt. I like it. If they can do this, then Ottawa Gray, I mean, they've totally adapted their play around SNHU's Rhine comp. If they get a D.Va to work, that's a total game changer for Ottawa Gray's game plan. It's going to be a very tricky Oasis if this one keeps on going this sort of direction. SNHU Pearl, they've got a few ults to work with too. They've done a great job charging those up in the first fight.
Well, here comes the lead again. Yo, Chrissy Boy getting the early kill onto Mary Mellon. Subfire in serious danger. Subfire will be brought down. It's a Chew who claims the kill. Yo, Chrissy Boy continuing to punch their way forward. V-Striker now stepping up onto the Reinhardt, or the Reaper position. I bet we've seen this tape before, I must be honest. And now it'll be the D.Va's turn to suffer as Kresnik is demeched.
And they can't leave Kresnik there to just kind of stall and stagger on the point. They've got to confirm that elim, but 44%, if you're SNHU, you've used not a single ultimate so far, and you've got a lot of check marks up on your scoreboard, but now Ottawa, they've got the objective in their hands, and all 6 ultimates are going to be online for this fight. So Corbeck, once again, it's about to explode. This is a violent engagement coming up.
Unleash the hurricane of ultimates. That's what we're waiting for. Mary Mellon wants to strike first here with the big EMP and is just waiting for the opportunity. The rest of the team there staging at the door. It'll be the D.Va bomb over the top. The EMP dropping in seconds behind. The hack is okay. Could have done a little bit better, but Impress is already dead, and that's all they probably really needed off of that opening brush. The hacker in the back are trying to get some kills, but it's V-Striker who comes sailing forward. The Death Blossom, he'll get one to the face as well. Now he's hunting Mary Mellon. Mary Mellon teleports away. Impress is forced to step up here and take the fight, and V-Striker denies the enemy the point based on nothing but his own guns.
And Corbeck, that's something that I started to see on New Queen Street when we started to see SNHU run the Sombra, is they don't save the EMP to counter the sound barrier. They use it to open up the fight, and nobody is able to just hold on to the sound barrier, and then they can completely swing the momentum back by dropping the beat and then going in with a Death Blossom or some big tank play like they did in that last fight. It was the Blossom. Ottawa Gray, they were uncountered in that last fight, and they were the victors. Now just 25 seconds left to lock down round 1.
Well, there are some ults still to play with for both sides here as the charge comes in on the front. Impress taking a ton of damage. Impress getting rushed down. It's Raptor Lord's Immortality Field, though, that goes first. Max Effort, even with the sound barrier, not allowed to close. Max Effort unleashes the Death Blossom. He'll get one, but V-Striker, his opposite number, their opposite number, I should say, keeping in the fight here. Yo, Chrissy Boy gets one back on the other side, and there is no flip here for SNHU Pearl, and Ottawa Gray pushes themselves even one step closer to the win.
Yeah, well, the Diva composition, the Winston composition, that's not the answer if you're SNHU Pearl. You've only gotten one sort of question on this test tonight correct, and it was on the Rhine. They're not out of it yet, though. Prince Subfire did just enough stall to get reinforcements back in time. They're low on resources, though. SNHU Pearl kind of playing with some very thin straws to stay in this game.
Well, it's the ball stall coming in. Kresnik, we've actually seen this before. Kresnik will try to keep the fight alive for as long as possible. Rolls right into the middle of the enemy team. The hack coming in on V-Striker doesn't shut him down.
Awesome.
Raptor Lord instead gets annihilated. And here comes V-Striker again with the Death Blossom. And V-Striker is putting the team of Ottawa Grey on his back right now.
Yeah, without a doubt, on New Queen Street, they did also fantastic somber play. Now going over to the Reaper, playing that hero just as well. SNHU Pearl, this is kind of a tricky spot. It is reverse sweep point for them. A little bit embarrassing to get reverse swept, but if you're SNHU Pearl, you've got to remember, you're a massive underdog in this game. The fact that you made this one the most entertaining game on stream tonight, win or lose, is a fantastic sign for this team going into playoffs. This is how they'll close their regular season, and win or lose, they look like a much better team than anyone could have possibly thought they were.
Couldn't agree with you more here, Old. They have to be happy about this. I mean, like, genuinely, they've done quite well here. So, no matter what happens on Gardens, they will walk away, I think, pleased with this performance. Mary Mellon back on the Junkrat, where he feels most at home, and it's just pumping grenades in over the top right there, looking for the early kill. Max Effort having a much rougher time. Unfortunately, Max Effort, she'll die first here in this fight. Nobody holding on to that high ground. Nobody gets booped, and here comes Impress jumping in. He wants the Junkrat. He won't find it. The support line doing a great job, and Kresnik actually takes that opening to hunt the supports on the other team. Kresnik finds 2 kills in that before dying, and I don't know if the Winston's heroic sacrifice is enough to really turn this one around. Ottawa Grey getting the initial cap.
Yeah, in Overwatch 2, it's absolutely essential you keep your tank in the fight if the enemy has a tank as well. Kresnik got hungry for that elim, but it's not worth risking your own life to make that play. Once they fell, Impress had an easy time locking down the objectives with 2 supports behind them. SNHU Pearl, they're going to have to go back into this one. Again, no ultimates, a cooldown fight. Can they get it done?
Well, here we go. Just one more time into the breach. The shotgun's there from V-Striker going to work, and it's Mary Mellon who finds themselves on the receiving end. And look at the pressure that's being applied now to SNHU Pearl. They're absolutely discombobulated. There's just no escape for them. Max Effort actually trying to find the kill on V-Striker, but Striker will run away to fight another day. And that might allow for a regroup. Never mind. Max Effort is gunned down on the retreat.
All right, SNHU Pearl. Quit messing around. Show me the Reinhardt. The backline looks lost right now. They don't know how to keep up with a Winston composition. They just don't. It's pretty obvious just watching this game that they're left hanging back there, too vulnerable. Every fight so far we've seen them run this comp. On Reinhardt, they're a transformed team. Kresnik gets the opening pick here with the nano.
Kresnik gets 2! Kresnik gets 2. Impress trying to equal that performance, but only finds Max Effort. Kresnik gets 4. He nearly got 5. Instead, it's Mary Mellon who finds one with the tire, and they'll flip, but only at 74%.
And I'm not going to lie, I'm still hanging by the point I just made where the backline looks lost. You sent in Kresnik, who has been your final boss, and you just gave him a nano. Of course he found picks. You just gave a buff to your final boss when Ottawa has had a tough time dealing with him. Kresnik is playing great. That's not the problem with this composition. Coming up, we're going to have to see if Impress and company are just going to dive onto vulnerable targets with no peel on SNHU. Do they take this back clean? I think they do.
Well, that'll be the question, and here comes the initiation. It's V-Striker with the Death Blossom again, clearing the high ground. Yo, Chrissy Boy, the other DPS, doesn't want us to forget about them, so they'll take Mary Mellon out, and that's a very bad start here. The Primal Rage from Impress slowed down momentarily, but now Raptor Lord is off the board. V-Striker steps into the breach. He will not be denied. Those Reaper shotguns chunking away, and the 2 DPS players of Ottawa Grey making some huge plays here in critical moments.
And the 2 DPS players on SNHU were the first to fall in that fight. And they were so far in the back of the point, so far away from Kresnik, there's no way your tank can peel like that. Again, like around a Reinhardt, this team can hang tight. They know they've got peel very close by. But it just hasn't shown up on any other composition. Now they're having to pop ultimates just to get back in, and we're almost in overtime. The reverse sweep has almost happened, Corbeck.
Here comes the sound barrier. That's the aggression push they need. It's all hands on deck. The speed boost coming in as well. But hey, there's Prince Sunfire to get their own one down and maybe keep the dream alive. But it looks less and less promising as the seconds tick by. And here come the DPS players of Ottawa Gray. They cannot be stopped. They will not be stopped. Sunfire tries for a heroic stall, but it's V-Striker again. And Ottawa Gray with the reverse sweep. And they've got to be breathing easy after that one.
That's such an entertaining game to be the victors of, too. And SNHU, we said it right before Oasis started, they've got to be incredibly happy with this performance. They know they have an incredible strength in a Reinhardt composition, but they know what they have to work on going into playoffs. Ending the regular season, it's those mobile compositions. You've got to work on your weaknesses, not double down on your strengths. It's a fantastic learning game for SNHU to end their season with, and congrats to you, Ottawa, coming up with the reverse sweep.
Yeah, you know what? I got to be honest with you, Old Charge. Beautiful stuff from both of those teams here to round out their regular season play. I think they should both be really happy with the performance that they put in here tonight.
Yeah, incredibly happy. SNHU Pearl, they've got a fighter of a main tank. That's what they've got. Ottawa,
they sure do.
They've got great adaptation. That's something we didn't see SNHU come out and win games with, was adaptation. We saw them with one strat that worked incredibly well, and Ottawa, they won this one with a lot more versatility in their comps and a lot more coordination on mobile comps, not just brawl.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there's more Overwatch still here to play on NECC. You can catch Alt Charge back with Nuclear here as they look at UTR GV Axolotls versus ISU Red in just a bit. But first, we're going to take a break. Don't go anywhere, though. Stick around for more NECC Overwatch.
All right, and we're here for the last match of the day here on stream. It's going to be the Axolotls versus the ISU Red Squad. It's an Emergence Division game. I'm Alt Charge alongside Nuke for this one. And Nuke, let's just dive right into it. We're coming off a reverse sweep game, so vibes are high. Vibes are incredibly high right now.
Absolutely. The janitor just came in, and we're ready for a clean plate. Getting everything wrapped up again. I think first we're going to head in and see what is going on the side of the Axolotls. That is going to be the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. We got Viz Nate, Ghost Viper, Hammy, Omarv, and Nerf. Freshman, senior, sophomore. What are we looking over at ISU Red, Berkeley?
For ISU Red, we've got It's Michael MC, Snoop Senpai, Golden, Poke, and Harvest. That's going to round out the starting rosters today. This is a best of 5 fixed map pool. No such losers pick nonsense going on here. We start out on Control. That will be Nepal. Then for Hybrid Map 2, we go to Hollywood. Circuit Royale will be our escort map. Following that, Esperanza will be Push, the brand new game mode. This pool is not right, but hey, we're about to have the right one. Anyway, what I was saying, Esperanza is going to be our push map, and then our tie-breaking map 5 control is Busan. Had to double check my notes there, but yeah.
If we get to that point though, Berkeley, because this series tonight, we have a 6-1 record team versus a 2-5 record team. The Axolotls are on a tear this season, losing their only match so far to Morningside, whereas ISU picked up their first win of their season last week against MSOE Black. So I guess we'll see exactly how it goes once we get into game, Berkeley. What are your thoughts?
Well, Chase, it's kind of hard to have thoughts after the game that I just casted with Corbeck. SNHU was the lowest seed in their division. They only had one win all season long, and it was against a team that forfeited out of the division. And then they steamrolled the first 2 maps like nobody's business. They ended up getting reverse swept, but it was an unpredictable game from start to finish. We even said in the pregame that we thought it was going to be a rather easy sweep for Ottawa to sweep SNHU, but it was not by any means easy. So I don't want to give any opinions this time because ISU could surprise me the same way SNHU surprised everyone watching our last set.
My man's already put his bets down, and it did not turn the right side up this evening. He's decided to refrain. However, I believe in the Axolotls this evening. I think that they're going to be the ones to take it. And as we look at each side, they are going to choose the more traditional comp that we're seeing right now. Instead of a Sojourn, though, they will be running the Symmetra. Nerf will be on the Sim, trying to get them to point quickly. It's going to be Omarv on the Winston, which is a hero we've seen a lot of recently in the recent meta, Berkeley.
Yeah, the midseason patch hasn't quite come through. It does come through on Tuesday, I believe, so there's still plenty of room to run a Zarya like ISU is doing, but it is just a battle of different strategies. Here's the first fight already underway.
Absolutely. We got Snoop Senpai on point, using the Hellfire shotguns, getting the damage out onto the enemy Winston. Marv needing to back up the Axolotls immediately, allowing ISU Red to get control of the first touch as they lose a character and they're going to regroup.
A nice soft reset, though. They back up in a 5 versus 4 fight. They're not going to let ISU get too much percentage on this opening. Kappa 4, the Axolotls are ready to fight again, and the dive is about to come through. Hammy just waiting on that speed boost to amp up and get this team the legs they need to close the distance.
Absolutely. It's Michael C over on the Zarya, putting out the beam damage, trying to just push off Ghost Viper on the edge of point. Omarv gonna go incredibly low and fall to Snoop Senpai. That is the dangers of running a Reaper into a Winston. That Winston's not gonna have a good time.
No, especially with its Michael MC on the Zarya at 100 energy like we were just spectating. A frontline force to be reckoned with. Already has the Graviton Surge online, so this upcoming fight for ISU is going to be a banger. Hammy will have the Sound Barrier. Viznate almost has the Kitsune Rush, so they'll have the support ultimates to get through the Grav. But still, Michael's going to be looking for a big one right in these opening doors, just waiting to send it in.
And they're going in now. There's the Graviton Surge, followed by the Lucio beat drop. We're going to see Kiriko drop her ultimate as well as that Genji Dragon Blade going on a rampage. Nerf taking out Snoop Senpai, diving the backline. looking to finish out this Zarya, and that is going to be it for the point, turning over on the side of the Axolotls.
And if you're ISU Red, you don't even care that you lost that. You're so happy. Michael MC, you charged up that Graviton Surge incredibly quickly, and you got out the Dragon Blade, the Sound Barrier, Viznate's Kitsune Rush, the 3 most powerful ultimates that the Axolotls really have. Ghost Viper also doesn't have that Death Blossom yet, so ISU Red is sitting pretty. They have more than enough resources to come back in and sweep this point away.
Speaking of which, the counter Kitsune Rush coming out. Ka gonna take out Viznate with that beautiful Dragon Blade, going for the backline, stopping it a little early. Unfortunately, that last hit won't come out. Doesn't matter, gonna get the reset on the kill with the dash through Hammy. Marv gonna pop the Primal Rage to try to stay on point, get some more percent. Gonna buy out maybe another 10 seconds, but that is gonna flip back onto the side of ISU Red.
And ISU completely avoided contact with Ghost Viper that last fight. They were sitting at 70% to the Blossom going into it. Now they're only at 85. They got almost no ult charge in that last engagement. ISU, they do have the Death Blossom online, and Golden, well, she held on to that Sound Barrier, so it's still advantage ISU going into this next fight. Only 8% left to hold this opening round.
Yeah, 6% now, and they got to make a move now. Winston trying to get some damage off in the backline with that Tesla cannon. Gonna see some of the D.Va. Was that a D.Va? Yeah, Michael MC switched over to D.Va. That caught me off guard there for a second. We're gonna see the Death Blossom now from Snoop Senpai. Hold up, gonna get the 4-man, and that's gonna be it for this point. ISU Red taking the first point of the series.
Just much better resource management than the Axolotls there. ISU Red was kind of in control of everything they had going for them. And of course, it did not help that Ghost Viper wasn't able to charge that Blossom up very quickly, right? That was a big hindrance for the Axolotls in round 1. Kind of wondering to see if they stick with the Reaper here or if ISU Red has made them force off that hero. It looks like they want to run it back with Marv on the Winston, Ghost Viper on the Reaper, and they think that nerf on the Pharah may be the solution they need.
That may be the solution that they're looking for. It was interesting watching Snoop get picks earlier in the fight against characters that weren't Omarv on the other team, right? He maybe looked for a pick on Viznate or Hammy before he went to Omarv, knowing that the Reaper's naturally going to counter their Winston. If you can start the fight with the Winston alive, picking another character instead, that's going to put you in an immediate advantage. We're going to see how they go into this point, though. Omarv deciding to drop a bubble early is getting half health almost immediately. I think you were right here, Berkeley. I don't know if Winston is the play. Oh!
Able to take down Snoop there pretty quickly, but it's a trade. 4 versus 4, both Reapers out of the mix.
Absolutely. Now getting into the fight. We're going to fight on right side. It's Michael MC opting back for the D.Va again this round. Following Marv wherever Marv is headed. That might fare well against Nerf on this Pharaoh. I guess we'll have to see. They don't really have an answer for it. Nerf taking out Poke, and this Pharmacy capping points slowly as ISU Red kind of biding their time in the side room.
ISU Red need to make sure they're not quite going for the Pharah first. Nerf is going to roam the skies and have a very healthy health pool with Hammy pocketing them as closely as they have been. Hammy has not gone to any other teammate except for Nerf up in the skies. That pocket is hardcore right now. You've got to target the Mercy first if you're ISU Red, or you're going to have so much trouble with this bird in the skies.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what we saw in the last fight. Oh, Justice raining from above, as though you were predicting it from the beginning. I don't know, maybe you want to cash in on that lottery ticket, Berkeley. It may have not worked earlier, but we got the premonitions now. Oh, Nerf and Marv gonna clean up a little bit. ISU Red now caught on the back foot, gonna need to do a hard reset to get back to point.
I don't want to cash in too quickly, Chase. ISU did handily take the first point of Nepal, so I don't want to eat my words too soon. SNHU really made me pay in the last game, but the self-destruct here to open things up. Gets rid of the Winston bubble. Marv's awfully low, dangerously low, but clings to his life for now. What happened to Nerf?
That is going to be a Reaper. Wraith out, trying to get out of the situation. Nerf taking out multiple on the point. Snoop Senpai falling, followed by Golden. It's Michael MC, D-Mech'd, jumping off the edge. needing another hard reset from ISU Red. They just can't seem to get into this point, which is interesting because they keep getting caught on their engagements. Omarv is dropping these bubbles methodically, and the rest of ISU Red is having a hard time getting in on this pharmacy.
And they're going to have a difficult time this upcoming fight, too, because Nerf has once again got a barrage right in the doors, lets it loose, finds two before getting gunned down by Snoop.
Yeah, Snoop is going to take one, but Visinate and Hammy's going to get the res onto Nerf, and Nerf's going to finish up Snoop Senpai, and I think that's going to be point 2, putting us at a 1-1. You may be right, Berkeley. We may have a closer series than we thought on our hands.
Yeah, but that map was anything but close. The Axolotls asserted some dominance over ISU. A lot of it was just what Nerf was able to do up in the skybox on Pharah with a huge pocket from Hammy. That Pharah value does not get found unless Hammy brings that pocket to the fight. ISU, they don't have a hit scan in their lineup right now. Snoop is on the sim to get them out of spawn. Maybe Snoop goes over to a hit scan, but that bird is going to be so pesky all game long unless you can find a way to take out Hammy in the skies. Maybe you're able to get Nerf first, but I doubt it. ISU, they've got to come up with a strat fast or they're going to lose Nepal.
Yeah, ISU's strategy here is if the Axolotls continue to run this pharmacy, run something that it's going to be hard for this Pharah to get around in this point, right? Get a bunch of shields. I like the idea of the Symmetra, especially with how condensed this point can be. They're going to look to try to take this small room on the higher ground leading into the point before it unlocks. They're going to scuffle around it, but they're going to go ahead and move and make their way to the point main way, and it's going to be a battle of sims now as turrets are on from either side.
Oh, ISU tried to lock it down with the sim turrets, but Snoop was looking at the ceiling. And in the meantime, the Axolotls closing on both sides of the objective, making a quick team wipe out of the ISU Red squad. They cap the objective first, and the Axolotls, still, the pharmacy is going to find success in all of these chokeways. Has great natural cover like you see Nerf right now on the roofs of these buildings. It's going to be so difficult for ISU to do damage onto this pharmacy.
This first point looked so different. That was a great just peppered kill coming out from Nerf, getting the poke out on Poke. It's such a different point from the first point, because on the first point, the Reaper was such a nuisance to Omarv, but since then, since they've swapped over to this pharmacy, ISU Red has just not had a good time getting in, and they keep getting picked and staggered constantly. We're going to now see a teleport go out next to point. All of ISU Red going through the teleport. That's going to be Omarv going in on the back line. They need to turn around. Poke getting exceedingly low. That's going to get Ka. Going to get a quick kill onto Ghost Viper. Gold following up. Justice is going to rain from above, though, as Nerf is going to take out 4 on point. Evening up this fight thus far. That's going to be Viznate now in the pharmacy defending point for the Axolotls. ISU Red were able to get for about 12-13%, but that is not going to be what they were looking for out of this engagement. And
still, no true hit scan on the side of ISU Red. You have Ka on the Sojourn. That can get it done against a pharmacy. Sure, if you hit a great railgun shot. Your best bet, though, is this man right here, Michael MC, diving in, closing the distance onto the Pharah, and then Ka comes up with 2 big railguns, taking down Hammy, and now the Axolotls left supportless. It looks like they're going to have to give up clinging to this objective.
No. It seems as though we're going to see Marv prop the Primal Rage, try to get a few more % out on that point. It did get them to 75, which finds a little bit of value, but ISU Red now sitting at 5 ultimates online, and the Axolotls only with 3. Nothing really to stop a major push either from ISU Red. We are going to see the Coalescence popped, followed by the Self-Destruct from It's Michael MC. Sound Barrier is going to get popped as well. From either sides, we're seeing every ultimate out of the book in efforts to try to get this point swapped over to ISU, or back over to the Axolotls, as ISU Red now has 42%.
Yeah, and like you said, Chase, every ultimate used there for ISU. Was it a mistake to not hold on to a single ultimate resource? It could have been, but their only thing in sight right there was just keeping the objective in their hands. They didn't want to give the Axolotls the point back, then have to worry about going through chokes against the pharmacy. This time, though, Nerf has the only ult in play. Those barrages have been massive so far. Expect another big one coming up.
That's a good point, and maybe that was a big brain move, just trying to force out every ult in the book from ISU Red in efforts of Nerf getting this the justice raining from above, if possible. We'll see if the barrage will come out. Looks like they're going to get on point, get a couple of percent. But this is the issue with Pharah on this map, Berkeley. Nowhere to go, no skies around, you're boxed in, and Snoop Senpai once again saying, hold up, hey, wait a minute. Stopping him right there.
How many Snoop references are we going to make tonight? Probably a million. So buckle up. Nerf's coming back in. Final seconds of the round. Has to get by the sim turrets. Overtime is ticking. Marv was able to get there in time.
Oh yeah, that's gonna be, it's gonna be close. We're gonna see if self-destruct popped on point from ISU Red. However, Nerf is gonna come back in. The rest of the Axolotls is in action, swimming their way through this fight. Nerf finding two, trying to demech this D.Va. That's gonna see it, and the Axolotls will get it swapped back over onto their side in the nick of time. 99% on the side of ISU Red. The Axolotls now have to hold with some pretty crucial ultimates coming up from ISU. That hits Kitsune Rush will come out pretty soon from Poke, and on the side of Sojourn we will see the Overclock come out soon as well, so this is going to be a tough point to hold.
Yeah, that Kitsune Rush, definitely the deadliest ultimate in the game. Ka has the Overclocked as well. The entire objective shielded off by that sim wall from Snoop, and ISU are trying to win it, but Nerf finds the first pick here, digging a 6-foot grave for Snoop himself, and now it's already ran away by the Axolotls.
It is absolutely finished. Snoop got the crucial pick needed at the beginning of that fight on Snoop. There was no turrets to be had, no nuisance, no need to turn around for the side of the Axolotls, and they went on a rip and tear through the rest of that fight, taking the first map in the series.
ISU took the first point there on Nepal. The Axolotls swept the second 100% to 0, and then that third point nuke very close. So pretty unpredictable game we've got on our hands for the second match in a row. The Axolotls made that one a lot closer, but once they adapted, put on a pharmacy, it started to snowball a little bit. ISU still hasn't quite answered the pharmacy in my eyes.
No, they haven't. It was just the point that really worked out in their favor, right? And I think that pharmacy is gonna be a nuisance going into the rest of the series. Even when they were on hit scans, when they were on the Cole Casti, it wasn't really doing much. That pharmacy was able to get in the parts where they're not looking at, able to get in their blind spots.
Yeah, and coming up here, Hollywood will be our next map for Hybrid. I think the pharmacy is still going to work very well. I think you continue to play your strengths that your opponent is struggling with. And then going into Circuit Royale, that's another map where Pharah can work. The meta kind of shifts on Circuit Royale more than any other map in Overwatch, it feels like. Circuit Royale, very linear, not a ton of flanks, but still high buildings with those high walls that pharmacies can use as natural cover. I think if you're the Axolotls, you just continue to run that until ISU come up with an answer, because it's going to force them onto hit scans, which means that the Axolotls could then go back to their original game plan, which was more of a dive.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. We could see more of a dive come out from them. And that's what I'm loving right now from the meta in Overwatch. There's obviously a couple of heroes that are overpowered and maybe a little overtuned, but it's a matter of what strengths you're playing to on your team, right? And that pharmacy is just coming out clutch.
Yeah, and I really love how Hammy's not leaving the Pharah with the pocket either. You see so many teams throw on the pharmacy and they don't even play it. They just throw a Pharah with a Mercy who's with the rest of the team for half the round. Hammy has not left Nerf once. It's kind of incredible. And that just allows Nerf to play with a ton of confidence, knowing that that healing is never going to leave them. They can go for those big plays. They can go into that objective on Nepal that has a 10-foot roof over Nerf's head where they can't take off to the skybox. They're in close quarters, but that pocket from Hammy is just so valuable. Nerf can't be taken down with ease.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what we've seen. But we're going to see how things will fare on the streets of Hollywood.
Hopefully.
Maybe.
Hopefully. We've seen double snipers tonight. We've seen Winston's, D.Vas. We've seen everything tonight. SNHU, they ran a Reinhardt for like all of their game, and they didn't die on that sword. It was the only composition that they won maps with, and then if they went onto something else, it totally fell apart. So we'll see if the Axolotls have that sort of mentality in the bag, if they die on their strengths, but we'll find out in just a few minutes, I believe. If we're still going to Hollywood, we'll jump to a quick break, and then we'll be back. Oh my God, we're back. Hollywood.
JK,
Right
keeping you on your toes.
I said it was right around the corner. You just didn't know that corner was so incredibly close.
And for everyone who got up to go use the bathroom, this is us gaslighting you. I mean, we have no other explanation. And when you get back, let's hope you get back in time for the map to start.
Yeah, and I guess if you were putting a snack into the microwave, I hope it was something you could cook in under 30 seconds. I hope you weren't trying to like fry an egg or make a 2-minute hot pocket, because there's no way you had enough time.
No. Or ramen or popcorn. Nah, it wasn't happening. I don't know, actually. There is quite a bit of time before the game starts. The folks at home may have time. But with 5 seconds left, we are about to start the map. And that's going to be Snoop Senpai on... Oh, nope. Not opting for the Pharah. It looked like we're going to see Snoop on the Pharah, but instead going to swap back over to the Reaper as they make their first push. ISU Red on the attacking end this time. And that is a dead monkey. Oh, my lord. That Winston was absolutely shredded. And the Axolotls are going in off of that kill. They do not care. They said that tank is down and we are going in. Everyone straight forward. Hammy finding a kill. Nerf taking out Harvest in the spawn doors. Axolotls will need to be careful. They do not want to get caught out this far, because if they get picked, then it's going to be a quick switch over to the ISU Red to get to that point.
Yeah, and ISU, they just got a wake-up call that the Axolotls know they are the better team going into this game on paper. Heavily favored, right? And they kind of just had a convincing last couple of rounds on control. If they're at a 5 versus 4 advantage, again, it's a green light. Everyone's going forward. Golden goes down in a flash here, and it is just to the trenches.
I am surprised seeing this level of coordination and communication in the Emergence division. I love whoever is currently shot calling True Canada, hitting the maple sweet syrup on Poke, finding a double. ISU Red still stuck in the spawn, and the Axolotls are creating a massive defense right outside of the doors of Hollywood. This is absolutely insane. ISU Red now trying to pop back off, but that's going to be Nerf. True Canada and Omar finding kills. The Dragon Blade will be popped, and True Canada's Overclock will be popped as well. ISU Red hasn't even been able to charge their first ultimate at this point, Berkeley.
No, they haven't even really made it to the choke where most fights are supposed to take place. A lot of this has been closer to the spawn doors than it has been to the objective. ISU finally now rotating through the natural cover. They're going to put some walls in play to distance themselves from the Axolotls' damage. Axolotls, they can't really dive into these close corridors, but we'll see what the play is here.
Ooh, no. That was a great setup by ISU Red. Going through the side doors, the Axolotls weren't sure where they were coming from. That's going to be Harvest taking out Biznate. True Canada finding a pick on Golden, and we're having an even fight. That's until Nerf is able to take out Harvest. The sound barrier being popped is going to keep Nerf alive, but Poke finding the pick on Hammy. This is not looking good for the Axolotls as ISU Red is finding the targets they need. The shots are landing, and they may take the first point. That's going to be Omar popping the Primal Rage just in time to get his team back onto this point, trying to contest as long as possible. However, there's no ultimates left for the Axolotls. They're just going to go and just try to find what they can on this point. Hammy making it now back in time. That's going to be Ka finding another pick on Biznate and popping the Primal Rage of their own. Harvest and Snoop also sitting with ultimates on the docket. We're now going to see the Death Blossom popped as well. And the Axolotls have been completely shoved off this point, and it's all dried up as ISU Red, the Redbirds, swoop in and take the first point of Hollywood.
Yeah, well, with how those first couple of engagements went, I don't mind one bit that ISU threw the kitchen sink at that objective. They did hold on to 2 ultimates, but they spent 3. Poke, Ka, and Snoop all letting those ults fly just in hopes of securing that objective, because they knew the Axolotls were not going to give it up easy. If you let that stall come back in and set up, chances are the Axolotls get that point back if you don't burn those ults. So, smart play there from ISU. Operation Get the Objective was a success.
Absolutely, and they only had to expend a couple, right? They still have Overclock from Harvest, and they still have the sound barrier again from Golden, where the Axolotls are not sitting on much. So if they can keep up this pressure onto the Axolotls, like Ka finding that pick on Nerf, if they can keep this up, then they're going to get this second point and start rolling, snowballing their way through this map.
And we have seen the ISU squad make a switch here. Poke was the tank for this team. Ka was on support. They've switched roles. Ka, apparently the Winston player for this squad. Poke says, give me a crack at Kiriko. And they've done great together. The Kiriko's been flanking with the Winston when Ka goes into high grounds. Has hit the kunais as well. So ISU, they've kind of flipped this one on its head after the Axolotls really marched out in front early.
Yeah, I love how both teams have swapped to comps that we're seeing a lot currently in the Overwatch League. It's pretty meta to see that Sojourn Reaper. Basically what we're seeing ISU play right now. The Genji, watching nerf on that is a bit different. And just as watching True Canada hit these overclock shots are just hitting a bit different as the Axolotls stop it with 1.42 meters left. These Genji nerfs, I don't believe they're live quite yet. The ammo size is still 30. If they are live right now, this is an odd pick because he did have his damage nerf a bit. But that Genji paired with Kiriko, that Dragon Blade on top of the Kitsune Rush is just too good to pass up. And I think the Axolotls are finding a lot of value with that ultimate pairing.
Well, they're coming back in here, trying to defend the high ground. Nerf does go down to Ka early here. The Hellfire shotguns from Snoop close in on Viznate, and now it looks like the second point almost surely taken here from ISU, but the Axolotls try to respond with support ultimates. It's not quite enough to buy them back into the fight, though. The sound barrier does not do the justice to get them there.
Yeah, the sound barrier was not enough, and we're going to see Nerf come in trying to get that Dragon Blade that we were just talking about, Berkeley, but Ka's going to put a quick stop to that. I think this transition, putting Ka on the Winston, was exactly what ISU needed to get back into the series, as they are now hitting the second point with 2 minutes left. They have quite a bit of time to build up these ultimates, and we could see a flip in the series here, Berkeley. And maybe it was smart of you not to put money on this.
I don't put money on any games. Not never, not ever. I mean, college esports, no way. Snoop, oh my god, the railgun haircut there from True Canada, the green light for the Axolotls to go fourth onto the point. Marv cleans up Ka, and this one's already dusted.
Ooh, that was a beautiful headshot to end it with as well. The Axolotls looking for a little bit of style and swag as True Canada trying to get back up to the high ground. Every time I watch Kiriko crawl up a wall, it brings me joy knowing that we have another character that can just climb.
Yeah, I know, and it seems like the only characters who can climb walls are the Japanese Overwatch characters, so I don't know what Blizzard is trying to tell us with that, but maybe it's because they're all related, but let's have someone who's not Japanese be able to climb a wall for a change. Why does he have to come from that country?
Why can't Winston climb a wall?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, or Bastion.
Or Bastion. Okay, maybe not. We're going to see the Death Blossom popped by Snoop on point. Try to take the Axolotls out. That's going to be a counter Kitsune Rush coming out. It won't matter, though, as Snoop Senpai taking out Nerf, who has swapped over to the Reaper. And it doesn't matter. ISU Red finding the picks they need. We're seeing a Primal Rage popped by Omar trying to bully ISU Red off of this point. True Canada finding a pick back onto the Axolotls. This is a back and forth from both sides as Omar getting crucially low and actually going to falling into the danger zone. Now that's going to be ISU Red pushing the final meters. Just a little nudge to get to the end.
ISU's got to be trying to get this one in overtime and set up a win condition on defense. The Axolotls now looking to make that happen easily. Nerf roaming around the backline with the Death Blossom, and here it comes.
Beautiful Death Blossom, but it will get knocked away. An even better ultimate coming out by Ka. The Primal Rage will knock that Death Blossom back into oblivion, not finding any targets. Kiriko getting exceedingly low. Viznate will fall to Ka as ISU Red is trying, scrapping at the final kills they need to get it to the very end. The sound barrier will be popped, and the rest of the Axolotls are pushed off of the point. Scratch that. We are seeing Nerf get to the back of the point. Poke gonna take out Nerf though, and they're pushing with 2 meters left. The ISU Redbirds will take it all the way for round 1, all 3 points.
I think the most interesting thing that happened that round is something that didn't happen. The Axolotls never once put on the pharmacy, and ISU never really ran a true hit scan. I'm wondering if that's going to be the play that continues to go forward here, because they put on that combo and they really started to roll on control. So ISU, they didn't have to deal with the strongest piece of the puzzle that the Axolotls put out in play in our opening map. I'm kind of scratching my head as to why they might not have done that.
I don't know. It is a little odd to see they switched so early, and the defense at the very beginning was so strong. Ult charge. I did not think ISU Red was actually going to take the point in time based on the aggression and just the collaboration we were seeing from the Axolotls. They were in sync, and all of their plays at the beginning were dynamic. As soon as they got a pick, they were in on it. It was like blood in a pool of sharks.
Yeah, I think I would understand it from the Axolotls' point of view if you're looking at this as just the final game in the regular season. You know you've got a good playoff seed. You don't really have too much to lose here, so you know with the patch coming up what the meta is going to be. Just because of how the Overwatch League has gone, you know what the meta is going to be. The Axolotls are probably just trying to work on this Winston comp against a pretty decent looking ISU Red team. They're able to complete Hollywood. They're able to take a round off of you on Nepal, so it's a good opponent to work on these new strats with. I just don't know why you go away from something that was so winning in the first round like Pharmacy.
I don't understand either, but True Canada on this Widowmaker might be a showstopper for this series. Omar finding the kill on Snoop Senpai? What? The Winston killing the Reaper? You don't see that often, Berkeley.
No, you don't. Axolotls rolling right onto this objective. It's not going to be nearly the stall from ISU that we saw from the Axolotls in round 1 here on Hollywood. They're trying to make their way back into the coffee house, and it looks like they might be able to get a touch here, but 2Tick's already given up.
They are going to get a touch, but that's going to be Poke. Now looking for the pick on True Canada. True Canada just honestly standing there looking for the picks, not turning to look at the Kiriko coming for blood. ISU Red is going to get the team kill. However, the Axolotls will get it to the first 2 points in their first push of the series, and they still have 2 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock just to get it one more time. So really, realistically, they just need a couple more picks. There's one. Omar gonna find it on Golden. One of the supports out. That's sitting at 20% as well, getting fatally low. True Canada finding a pick. The Kitsune Rush does not matter. This Nerf is finding the kills onto the backline, and ISU Red is scrambling. We're seeing an ultimate pop out from Ka, the Primal Rage, trying to get everyone off of point, but that will be a dead Winston as Viznate puts the nail in the coffin. The Axolotls continue to push the payload.
Pretty good job there by ISU retaking that defense momentarily just for one more fight. It only got one little resource out of the Axolotls. They didn't even have to use an ultimate to take back that last tick of the objective. And in fact, ISU, they burned their primal to try and save that last fight. So you take a little bit off the clock. There's still 4.5 minutes. You're way down in resources. It looks like you're steamrolling this fight if you're ISU, but the Axolotls, I have no doubts that they come out of spawn strong here.
Yeah, they just need to get a hard regroup. They took the point already. It doesn't matter. They're allowed, that one engagement to lose. That will be Omarv going in, and as you said, Berkeley, they have 5 ultimates online. ISU Red has absolutely nothing at their disposal right now for ultimates. However, that will be Harvest getting a pick on Omarv. And it kind of is leaving my head scratching a little bit here, Berkeley, as to why the Axolotls are not expending these ultimates to get around the corner. Harvest finding the pick on True Canada. We are going to see the Death Blossom popped by Snoop Senpai, stopping the Dragon Blade by Nerf. And ISU Red, even when they get 1 or 2 ultimates online, is shutting down the Axolotls' push entirely. It looks like they're going to need to engage with a Kitsune Rush or a Sound Barrier to really get any value around this corner.
Yeah, these last 2 fights, just a complete mismanagement of the Axolotls' resources, using that Dragon Blade late. It got the Sound Barrier and the Death Blossom out, but now it's a relatively even fight. When they had a huge alt economy advantage, they do pop the Kitsune Rush. Harvest goes down early, though. Still ISU Red. Yeah, they try to even it up here, Nuke, but I don't know. Marv making plays.
Marv is making plays in the backline. Snoop Senpai falling to Marv once again. That's got to feel bad. Is the Reaper dying to the Winston multiple times now? But, it's working, right? Although Snoop is low, he is getting Marv to a pretty low point, and that is allowing the DPS on ISU Red to focus on the DPS of the Axolotls. However, Axolotls will take that fight, will continue the push, but it will require someone to push the payload.
Yeah, in order for the cart to go forward, someone does have to drive it. They've got a couple on it right now. The Axolotls, they want to take high ground, though. They know where the valuable spots of the map are. They want to get Marv back up there so he can posture for this upcoming fight. ISU won't have any ultimates here. Maybe a sound barrier in a few moments. Marv goes down. ISU has a big advantage here. But Ka, dangerously low on HP, does fall to True Canada.
Yeah, True Canada, as well as Harvest, getting mirror kills on each side. It's pretty interesting to watch. Nerf finding the pick on Snoop Senpai. True Canada is just going crazy with these headshots and finding the picks needed for the Axolotls to continue this push. 3 ultimates online as well, and it looks like they don't need to expend any cashing any tickets to get to the second point. Now with 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock, ISU Red at this point had around 2 minutes and 8 seconds on the clock, so the Axolotls are in a really good place to push this payload with some time to spare for the next push.
And already coming up to the spawn doors, trying to make spaces. Marv Nerf pops the Blossom to try and stagger the defense a little bit here with 3 minutes to play. They would love the third point with more than a minute on the clock to deny ISU Red an overtime chance.
Ooh, Nerf with these Hellfire shotguns just putting in the work. And that's exactly what's happening, Berkeley. Although they're keeping 1 on payload, it is moving a little slower than what it could. You get 3 on there, but it's better to just expend the rest of your 4 players pushing up, and that's exactly what we're seeing the Axolotls do at the spawn door. Snoop Senpai having to wraith out and unfortunately getting headshot by Nerf. We're now going to see the overclock come out from Sojourn as that railgun's putting in the work, covering the spawn doors. They're now... Oh, no. Oh, okay. There was a minute there was no one on the payload. I was like, they're now in a moment to take it in. But once again, Berkeley, you have to have someone in the driver's seat to drive. That's going to be a massive Death Blossom coming out, followed by a sound barrier for Snoop Senpai, but getting moved away. Will not find any kills, and instead it's now on the side of the Axolotls to find the picks needed. Oh, Marv going out. That's going to be Colin Harvest, so getting the picks necessary on ISU Red to stop this push. And the Axolotls are now going to need a hard reset as the counter coming out from the overclock from Harvest pushed them back and beat them at bay.
And Poke's Kitsune rushed that last fight too, horizontal to the spawn doors to make sure that your backline had an insane amount of resources that even though the Axolotls, they also popped a Kitsune rush right at you, you still couldn't push those vulnerable targets on ISU. They just had too much damage potential. Now Marv goes in for a deep dive, trying to create space on what could be the final fight.
Ooh, sound barrier getting popped. You're absolutely right. That's going to be Marv popping the primal range, trying to get Harvest on this Sojourn and just knocking everyone off this point. Finding the pick, that's going to be Hammy getting the boop, and Nerf going for a massive Death Blossom on point, going to get booped off as well. That's going to be Ka trying to get around this point and playing hide and go seek against Nerf. Oh, and what's that? We're going to see a teleport onto point from Snoop, but Nerf popping that off. And that will be the Axolotls taking it with 54 seconds to spare. 1:54 on the clock for the next round, Berkeley. And this is, as you said earlier, a much closer series than anticipated.
Yeah, and ISU on defense there, they did their job. They got the Axolotls from 3.5 minutes on the third point to under a minute. So the ISU, they've still got a chance here. They put a minute back up on the clock for themselves, even though they finished the map with no time on the clock. Getting the Axolotls under that minute mark gives them that minute back. So no one has a win condition yet. It's going to take a defense with a good stop and then followed up by a great attacking round. It's going to be ISU attacking first here. They had a very difficult time in the first minute of their first attack, Nuke. Let's not forget about that.
Very true. They did. They were beating them down, and I think if they can replicate that same energy going into this round, we might see a much different round altogether. Berkeley, is they only have half the time than what was allotted last time, and if they can spend the first half of that time as they did last time, they're gonna get stuck in that spawn and the movie's gonna get a little delayed.
Yeah, if this round goes the same as ISU's first attacking round, they might as well all just hang out and spawn because they didn't even get close to the choke in the first minute of round number 1. No. But they did adjust well. They ended up getting to the point and taking it in just one fight once they got there. So the Axolotls, I'm looking for them to keep up that aggression, but they could pay for it. ISU has adapted.
ISU has adapted throughout this series, not just in this map, but that's going to be Ka getting the first pick onto True Canada, and ISU Red is on the tear. The Axolotls not able to find the kills they were looking for, and instead now on the back foot, needing to get into the side room and get healed up. Golden finding the pick on Nerf, leaving only 3 to defend this point, biding their time, waiting to go in for the rest of their team, and I think realizing they don't have that time to do so, they're going to have to wait outside of this door. And that's going to be ISU taking the point in the first 30 seconds. I don't think either of us were expecting that again. This game is keeping me on my toes, Burke.
Yeah, ISU did a great job there. They keep a win condition for themselves alive by taking the objective and starting to push the payload. Harvest goes down here to True Canada's railgun headshot. And now the Axolotls have to steamroll in, but they've lost their main tank and Marv again.
Finding the headshots as well. That's True Canada on this Sojourn popping off, but not quite hard enough. Not really finding the picks they need to, is ISU Red still on this tear. That's so crazy to see too, because True Canada was hitting all of those shots, just not finishing the kills. And you know, you got to finish these kills in order to stop the other team. That's how it works.
Well, now overtime is burning. Marv is ready to go again. Puts that bubble right on the objective. ISU dropping the beat here is Golden. Snoop has the Blossom if they need it. Ka also holding on to a Primal Rage. Axolotls responding with the Overclock. The sound barrier of their own. Coming up on a Kitsune Rush, but do they even need it? It doesn't seem so, because Nerf is going crazy. Already finds the 2K, and now the ults are unleashed for the Axolotls. They're looking to stop this payload right here. They know it's already gone on far too long.
It has gone on far too long, and that is going to be a round. Knocking everyone off with the Primal Range, the double Kitsune Rush. Would that be what you would call it? Would it be the Kitsune Rush, or the Kitsune Rush? Because either way, that was a mess on the payload, and ISU Red pushing much further than expected out of them when we thought they weren't even going to be able to get past the spawn. Now it's going to be a question of how in tune their defense is to hold back these peculiar creatures and the Axolotls.
I think the Axolotls definitely have the skill to get this one done, but with only 1:54, there's no way this one doesn't end up in overtime. Even if they take first objective immediately, it's still going to be a fair push to that final destination. ISU did a great job in overtime, did a great job on defense round 1 to even buy themselves back into this game, get themselves a minute back up on the scoreboard, and now they've marched the payload halfway down the second point. ISU has a great win condition here. The Axolotls, they've got their work cut out for them.
You bring up, you're bringing up a term a lot, Berkeley, that I'm really loving as a collegiate director and coach, and that's win condition. That is it, right? And the Axolotls need to find the win condition in the series to be up 2-0. You do not want to go 1-1 in this series, because that's now going to be an endurance test of both teams. You get up this 2-0, and it does a lot to the mental of the other side. That's going to be Marv leading the push for the Axolotls as they're trying to get in. Ooh, that's going to be 2 picks from True Canada on this Widowmaker, finding both of the DPS for ISU Redbirds, leaving the Redbirds without their talons. Viznate taking out Golden. Marv without Bouquet. The heart has been ripped out of the bird, and the feathers to follow with it as Ka fleeting towards the ground as the Axolotls take this point almost immediately. They have 1 minute and 10 seconds up on the clock to make that final push to the end. As you said, Berkeley, it could be a situation where it is going to go into overtime. That's going to be dependent on how many kills True Canada is able to get on this Widowmaker, and if it continues to find value, looks like it won't, as Ka is going to dive the Widowmaker, but Nerf is going to find a return kill onto Snoop Senpai. Now pushing through these doors, Marv beating ISU at bay, trying to keep them back. Nerf going in with the Hellfire Shotguns, trying to take out Ka, who's trying to stop this payload. Notice how they're just intermittently touching Berkeley. They're trying to get on the payload, stop it as much as possible, realizing they are going to lose a couple of people in the process as they need to build the ult charge for this next fight, which I'm sure you know everything about.
And coming up here, we're about to be in overtime. The final 20 seconds, the final 5 meters to push. Nerf roaming in the back lines. Doesn't quite have the Blossom yet. Nearly has it farmed up, though.
nearly farmed up. It's almost there. Nerf going in. The Death Blossom is on. He's going. That's going to be one pick, but Ka's going to pop the Primal Rage, trying to get him off the point. Now popping back in, that's going to be Marv with the Primal Rage as well, as we've got a giant King Kong battle on point, basically. Both of these monkeys are going crazy. We're going to see another ultimate come out. Is Snoop Senpai taking out Nerf. Viznate does have the Kitsune Rush in the back pocket. True Canada pumping up the damage, trying to get the overclock on as Ka is going to find a couple of kills. That's going to be True Canada with the headshot, though. The Kitsune Rush is popped. No one's on payload. Overtime is off, and that is it. ISU Red knocks the Axolotls off the point. They're not able to get back on time, and that is a 1-1 series, Alt Charge.
What a great Hollywood round from ISU after being battered near their own spawn on their opening attack. I mean, they came all the way back. They gave themselves a chance in overtime after not completing the map with time. They were able to hold the Axolotls to under a minute, give themselves a time bake again, and they delivered in overtime, marching the payload down halfway to the second objective, and then coming up big in the overtime defense, stopping the Axolotls right at the buzzer.
That was a buzzer beater for sure, Berkeley. I was for certain that the Axolotls were going to give it that final push, because ISU Red was doing such a good job of just intermittently backing up, making those soft resets when they were getting picked, and then grouping up as a whole. Who's going to win this series? Is it going to be the Axolotls or ISU Red? Stay tuned. We're going to be on to our next map after this short break. And welcome back to the action. We're going straight in to Circuit Royale as we are 1-1 in this series. If you're just joining us, welcome to the NECC. My name is Chase Nuclear Nukem, and I'm joined by Berkeley Ult Charge Stevens as we are here in the Emergence Division action mid-match. ISU Red taking on the UTRGV Axolotls. UTRGV, by the way, stands for University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Ult Charge, how's this series been thus far? Give us a recap.
It's been a little bit crazy, Nuke, not gonna lie. We saw the Axolotls find an answer early when we were on Nepal on Control Map 1. They put on a pharmacy. ISU Red had no answer. They have not since gone back to the pharmacy. I feel like it's a surefire strat for them that ISU never put up an answer for it, but we haven't seen it. Now we're on to Circuit Royale after ISU had a fantastic Hollywood to even up this series, and the Axolotls, as sides switched, are going to be attacking first. What's interesting about this map is that it has a completely different linear meta than the rest of Overwatch, where you can kind of flank mid-fight so much. This map is just right down Broadway every single time, and that is what reflects with the Sigma and the Reinhardt on both sides.
And those big shields will make all the difference, as you said, Berkeley. We're already seeing it very early in this series. True Canada having a much more difficult time than prior to finding these heads. Ooh, and as I say that, Nerf finding the pick on a Harvest. It was almost synced up with True Canada finding the pick. Same as there, Hammy gonna find the pick on It's Michael MC. The damage from True Canada will shine through on both of those kills as Omarv now pushing up with this Reinhardt, sending all of ISU Red sailing back towards the spawn doors, knowing that nowhere is safe with German engineering around. Reinhardt keeping him at bay.
And this is what a Reinhardt has to do here, not letting the defenders get right up to this high ground perch that they're now on. True Canada flattens Ka before getting headshotted down by Poka. Ka gets rezzed back in by Golden. This one still, though, trading like crazy as Ka finds another head of Viznate. The attacker's struggling to keep in this fight. Hammy's able to find one. The trade's going wild, but the payload yet to reach that first objective. There we go.
There it is. There it is. Little nudge.
Not
Just a
easy.
little favor. Not easy at all, but I don't know. They made it look a little easy. They do have 5 minutes left on the clock. As you have noticed, hopefully at home, ISU Red, little misleading. Now on the blue side, and defending as the UTRGV, the Axolotl, are now red on the right side attacking. Now grouping up, they're going to see it swap over to the Reinhardt. Maybe deciding it's a bit better to get up close and personal. The Sigma not really finding the picks, just like Poke finding the picks onto True Canada. Kick us off into this fight. Massive Earth Shatter coming through from Marv. Taking out 3. Nerf on the back end as well, taking out Ka. Gonna have Mercy attached to the hit, but it doesn't matter. Marv does not care and is here for the tear, as the Axolotls have barely been contested on this payload so far in Circuit Royale.
And I love the Axolotls attacking first, setting the tone in a game. They set the tone on Hollywood on their defense by just defending so aggressively near the spawns. If you attack with that same kind of tempo to start a round, it just booms the other team's mentality. ISU Red has yet to put up even a fight, really, to the Axolotls, but now it looks like they're starting to burn some resources.
Ooh, resources indeed are coming out on both sides. We are going to see, the Dragon Blade popped in the backline. Ka trying to take out 2. Marv finding the kill on Ka, and that's going to be a swing of hammers in the front of the payload as Marv and It's Michael are going ham swinging at each other. ISU Red opting to back up and just regroup for the moment as the Axolotls are right outside of their spawn door. We are now seeing the switch over True Canada now on the Sombra, which we haven't seen thus far in this series. You talked a lot about flanking earlier, Berkeley, and that's Sombra's sweet spot.
The Shatter comes through. It's able to lay down 4. Marv's Fire Strike scorches Golden. The Hammer is still going forward in the front line. They're able to clean up 2 more. And it looks like ISU is already out of this fight here. The pin onto Poke in the back line seals the deal on that one. ISU, they're going to have to trudge out a spawn here as the payload rounds its final corner on Circuit Royale.
Yeah, they're going to get regrouped as well. This is the final fight. They need to get in here. They need to continue this push. If they're able to finish out this map with 3:30 on the clock, that will be huge. But we are going to see the Matrix popped by Harvest, trying to get as much healing out on the roster as possible as Poke is able to find some picks in the backline, taking out both of the legs. Viznate and Hammy down on the side of Axolotls. No healing at bay to keep ISU off of the Axolotls' back. Now pushing them once again to the spawn doors where they'll have to do a full regroup once more.
Axolotl's going to be coming back into this fight near a Transcendence and an Overclock. True Canada trying to do what they can on the payload here. No one on ISU has noticed yet. No one on ISU has noticed still. Only about 10 minutes to go. True Canada still sneaking around. Oh, they've just turned. They've just turned. It's too late. Oh, we've seen it. The back cap. Oh, Nuke, I don't believe it. That was a 25-meter back cap.
The rest of this cast has turned into an ASMR podcast with Sombra, where we're going to be sneaking around and taking the payload where we want. That was absolutely wild, Berkeley.
That was insane. Big props to Hippie, the greatest of all time, the greatest observer ever, to catch that one, because it looked like a banger of a fight up front, but the real action was on that Formula 1 car as it finally reached that checkered line.
That was Grand Theft Auto, Berkeley. Literally stole that payload from behind their backs. And I love how we just pointed out they switched to the Sombra to look for the flanks. That's not what that Sombra was looking for. The Sombra was looking for a full car to just take to the shop and put out on a spin. What an actual play from the Axolotls. Very cheeky.
Oh man, they just took ISU to the cleaners right there. If that attacking tempo those first few fights wasn't just mentally destroying you, well, that might just be the nail in the coffin for ISU, because it is so hard to come back from that. Now you're facing 3 minutes on the clock when you thought you just won a fight. You maybe have defended Axolotls to like 90 seconds left, but instead you're staring down such a big time bank.
It's a mountain to overcome. As ISU Red removes the handprints from their faces, from the facepalm, that probably lasted a good 2 minutes, and recomposes themselves to attack once more, trying to match the tempo that the Axolotls put out. Nerf going to be back on this Widowmaker, looking for some picks. True Canada on the Sojourn, swapping off, allowing for, you know, some fun on both sides. Poke is going to be the Widowmaker on the other side. That's going to be mid-fight, though. Hammy and It's Michael going at it. Hammy taking out the Reinhardt to the other side. We're going to see the res onto It's Michael. Ooh, and a very sick reflex coming out is Ka. Ooh, narrowly almost taking out both supports on the side of the Axolotls, but It's Michael will clean up Viznate, and ISU Red will continue their push. That is the thing about this map that you were talking about earlier, Berkeley, is they can just reset and make these soft resets happen in front of the spawn doors since it's such a fluid map.
Yeah, without a doubt, as the Ryan comes back into the fray for the Axolotls, True Canada's able to find a pick there onto Golden. No longer with the Mercy is ISU Red, but after flattening Marv the Reinhardt, It's Michael can just trudge forward with that shield.
That's what he's wanting to do. He's wanting to get forward with that shield, but that shield getting surprisingly low every time he puts it up. It's almost absolutely shredded. And that immortality field going to keep them alive. Them focusing It's Michael MC, the Axolotls, bit of a misplay on their side.
Yeah, a bit of a misplay indeed. That fantastic attack could have them a little bit cocky right here. I mean, everyone's kind of had that happen in their Overwatch games where things just go so well that you start to limit push a little bit too hard, and ISU's here for that. They'll take your overextending challenges, and they're hoping to meet your attack. They've got 4.5 minutes here going into the next fight, and they've got plenty of resources to keep this payload and drive. What are you laughing at?
This is, I'm just laughing that this series. I knew this was coming out. The Dragon Blade coming out from Ka, trying to get the picks for ISU, pushing the payload now up this hill. I saw it. I was waiting. I knew Ka was getting in position. Once again, great shout out to the production. Nerf, getting the pick onto Call, and that's going to be the Axolotls getting back in position, stopped by a massive Earth Shatter, however. And it's Michael MC doing its best to get this Reinhardt Omarv off the rest of the roster. Not able to find it, though. Oh, actually, they are. They're going to push him off, and Visnate keeping the team alive.
Right there, ISU had no business losing that fight. They still have 3 ultimates on the board that they could have used before that one got into the dire straits. They never tried to pop one to buy themselves back in. They just let the Axolotls set up, stabilize, and all they had to do was use 1 Earth Shatter, and ISU went running for the hills. They got picked, sent back to spawn. You had a support ultimate. You could have used the Valk. Golden held on to it. It could have kept ISU alive, but now they've got to go back up into this fight at an even ult economy with less time on the clock. I don't like that last fight for ISU.
No, it did not work out well for them. And now we're seeing the Zenyatta pop the immortality, trying to keep everyone alive. Hammy gonna find the pick on Golden beforehand. Nerf looking for the picks now. Ooh, and instead gonna find the other end of the orb. As Hammy's going on a tear for the Axolotls.
And I think 2 fights ago, that's the last time you're going to see the ult economy in such an imbalance for ISU. They missed their chance on this second point. The Axolotls are set up. Second point on Circuit Royale is a nightmare to attack. The defenders get the biggest high ground in Overwatch for absolute free. ISU is going to have to just work so hard to get back up to where they were, and they're never going to have as good of an advantage as they did 2 fights ago. That's nice, though.
No, unfortunately. Yeah,
hey, Nerf,
got the
how
Reddit.
you
doing? Nerf going for the Reddit, and the Reddit's going to come out. Nerf now looking at the backline, and the support's not even batting an eye. Just taking these sniper shots like it's absolutely nothing. Ooh, that's going to be a massive Earth Shatter, ripping and tearing through the supports on the side of ISU Red. Man, oh man, Omarv is not letting up. Pinging the dead body is going to be true Canada. This has been a series, Berkeley. I agree with you. ISU definitely letting up off the gas, and it's going to be a detriment for this series as they needed to go full speed ahead to match the energy the Axolotls were putting out on attack.
Yeah, they let up off the gas completely. They're paying for it right now. If they VOD review this map, I think they're going to see that it all comes down to that fight that happened a few moments ago. Marv rolls back into the fight here. True Canada on the flank with the overclock, already dusting up the ISU Red squad. And now Nuke, just 90 seconds left for the Axolotls to hold this. They had such a stellar attack, but this defense, it hasn't made many mistakes. There was one scenario where ISU Red had a very good chance at getting second point, and since then the Axolotls have played pretty much perfect Overwatch to keep the attackers at bay.
Ooh, they have, speaking of which, a Dragon Blade coming out from Caw, trying to flip the switch on this series and get ISU Red the energy needed back to get this payload. Its final meters to get to the second point. They have 50 seconds left. It's a toss-up. The Axolotls could get back in time.
Oh, they're getting back in time. They absolutely go for this. Marv has the slam to bring it down. Flattens 3, and that is easy cleanup work. ISU Red sent packing, and they've got 35 seconds left to get it together on Circuit Royale. Not a lot to do it with, though. A Nano Boost, a Primal Rage, Poke, coming up online with another Overclock. You can certainly make plays with those ultimates to get this objective, but this is no longer the 4-minute time bank you had on second point. The overtime wick is about to burn.
Yeah, this series is flipping on its head. It's Michael MC trying to get in the back line, find the pick on Hammy, gonna get Discord orbed, and instead needing to pop the Primal Rage just to stay alive in this fight. Instead, gonna find a pick as well on Visnate, adding a little bit more value to this engagement is True Canada, picking apart the rest of the pieces for ISU Red, finding the headshot on Poke to end the map and put it back in their favor. The Axolotls back ahead of this series 2-1.
And that's where it should be, right? I mean, this is the team that's favored to win. They had an incredible C9, as a lot of people call it, that back cap so sneakily done by their Sombra. The Axolotls right now are in the total driver's seat. ISU had a chance to take this second point, but they only had one chance and they blundered it. Axolotls did not make them get off scot-free with that mistake, Nuke. And I think the Axolotls come out in this next map in push and they put this series to bed.
Absolutely. I mean, Push is very similar to Circuit Royale in terms of playstyle. It's a constant flowing fight throughout the series. Will the Axolotls win the series? I guess you'll have to stay tuned and find out after this short break. And we're back. And Chase Nuclear Nukem ult charge. It's 2-1 in this series. The Axolotls are up, and we're on Esperanza. I am elated to see a push map, as most of our matches in the NECC this season that we've casted have only gone to Game 3. We're finally doing a Game 4. It's finally push, and I'm eager to see what we're going to see from either side.
Yeah, the vast majority of matches in collegiate Overwatch, especially when the divisions get so big, a lot of them do tend to be sweeps, which is kind of fine. This ISU team, though, is very unique. They've lost many games. They're 2-5, but they've only lost one game where they got swept. No matter how good the team they're playing is, whether it's like the number 1, number 2, number 3 team, they manage to take maps off them. It just makes them such an interesting team to look back at these games and VOD, because their strengths shine so great, but then something happens along the way and they either get figured out, or I don't know, their style just changes and they become beatable. But ISU is one of those very unique teams that almost never gets swept or 3-0s.
Yeah, in this division, absolutely. I completely agree. We've seen that a lot. Going into the fight, as you said earlier, Esperanza may be a little bit different. It's more of a fluid map. You can kind of choose where you want to fight. That's what the Axolotls have done. They push them up to they back up, allowing ISU to push in just a little bit. And then just like a trapdoor spider, find a kill and smell the blood, go in, take out the rest of ISU Red very quickly in a very fast first engagement. pushing this robot now halfway to the first point already, 26 meters in. ISU Red on the blue side, once again pushing in through the side corridor, waiting to group up as a team. They're going to wait for the shield to drop, and that is it. They're on. It's Michael MC going in the back line. True Canada waiting, trying to get another pick onto Harvest, getting them very low. It's Michael MC finding the shots on True Canada. It's going to be Hammy now on Snoop Senpai as the Axolotls voting to back up a little bit, realizing they're a little behind in this fight. Harvest pushing in, but they're not out, right? They still have enough characters for a soft reset. 3 alive. Nerf deciding to pop the overclock, looking for this enemy Kiriko. Poke going exceedingly low, but not quite enough. And Nerf shooting at ghosts, quite literally, is True Canada able to get out, or sorry, not True Canada, Harvest able to get out just by the hairs on their neck.
Good little disengage there to try and avoid that overclock. ISU, they're still going to concede this first objective, which is pretty massive in push. You get about a 3-to-1 chance of winning a game if you're able to cap that first objective. Advanced spawns are just a net buff to your entire team, so we could see a steamroll start here. It's going to be up to ISU to respond in this fight. It's already popping off. It's already Harvest finding a pair with the Blossom, and they are able to get the bot back. The Axolotls, they don't want to just give up. Hammy pops the sound barrier. True Canada with the Blossom of their own. Tries to get one pick back. Able to find a second onto Harvest. Car goes down. And the Axolotls go nowhere. They own the battlefield.
Oh my lord. This is the aggression that we've seen from the Axolotls. Unhinged, unchained. They are now on a map that complements their style of play so well. They're able to continue up these fights and get ISU Red exactly where they want them. That's going to be, it's Michael MC diving in first, trying to put a stop to the Axolotls' push. Diving back, that's going to be, it's Michael pushing in again, and the Kitsune Rush is popped, paired with the Dragon Blade, popped in the backline. It's Ka finding multiple. Harvest and Michael MC following suit, and ISU Red winning their first full engagement of this map, pushing the robot bot now and having quite a ways to go. 81 meters, and realistically, almost, I would say 2/3 of the way through this map. They're gonna have to win a couple more engagements to find the progress they need to tie this up.
The Axolotls taking this next fight in a very good spot as the barricade still has to move for ISU. The window committed by Viznate right in the middle of the engagement, popping the lamp down to save their teammates in the back line. It looks like the Axolotls are going to stay unscathed thanks to that great immortality field, get the bot back in control, and hopefully march down toward this objective once more and get those advanced spawns once again.
Yeah. Do you think the ISU Red makes any swaps here, Berkeley?
I don't think they can really afford to swap. You've beaten the Axolotls with your best alt combo, which is the Dragon Blade Kitsune Rush. They kind of whiffed on the Blossom and the Sound Barrier that first time. I think if they use it a little smarter coming up, they have a chance. But the Axolotls, right now, they're in the driver's seat. They just have to control the bot in this end.
Ooh, and that's exactly what they're doing, finding the picks. It seems like the Axolotls pushed in a little too far there as ISU Red had the gas in the tank to push them back. That's what I love about this map style, is these fights are so fast, bro.
Yeah, they're super fast. I mean, it's a soft reset game mode, even more so than Control. Once these advanced spawns come in, then you can really just get right back into the action immediately, and the Axolotls already setting up.
Yeah, setting up for this next fight. Oh, Marv looking for a pick in the sidelines, but that's going to be a Death Blossom complemented by a Sound Barrier on both sides. Altar being popped left and right. Another Dragon Blade coming out from Ka, and I hear a Death Blossom being popped by... Oh, nope, that was already popped by True Canada. That was spoken in my headset. Nerf now looking for a pick. It's Michael charging up this overclock as much as possible, looking for this secondary fire. That's going to be Axolotls literally stealing the robot from ISU Red. It's Michael MC sitting sub 100 health and needing a healer vitally.
Doesn't have the primal either. Goes back in to contest the bot at just 30 HP. Almost brought him down, but able to play this tower for some natural cover. ISU safe for now, but in a ton of danger.
Ooh, and that reload. might have saved It's Michael. Nope, that'll be Marv finalizing that kill. Viznate on the Baptiste on the side of ISU, or on the side of the Axolotls. These numbers, or sorry, these colors, my lord, these colors are getting to me, Berkeley.
It can happen. It gets pretty busy out there with Winston Bubbles, Ant Matrixes, Kitsune Rushes, that
Oh, I just
sort
mean
of thing.
ISU red being blue.
Oh, that's a much better point. Yeah, I mean, don't say the red, just say the ISU. Easy fix, easy peasy. They're marching down, though. This map could end within the next minute or so unless ISU come up huge on their last length of the map.
Yeah, the Axolotls looking to put an end to the series and stop all attempts by ISU. ISU, though, does have a little gas in the tank. 3 ultimates online as they group up for this next fight. Getting in good position. That's going to be It's Michael diving into the backline. Oh, Marv looking for retaliation as well. The Kitsune Rush is popped, and Harvest scrambling for a kill. It's Snoop getting the boop on True Canada, finding the kill. It's Michael MC taking out, oh, Marv. Nerve back on Khan. It is a left and right back and forth fight as Poke looking to get these kunais finding their mark on this Baptiste's head. Not quite yet. ISU Red regaining control and pushing this robot back. They have around 2.5 minutes to make it so far, Berkeley. They first have to get this first spawn reset, as you said earlier, to even get back into the series.
And the Axolotls doing such a great job keeping this bot defensively by the bridge. It gives them a great spot to engage from. A couple of trades here, but it's quickly 4 versus 2 in favor of the Axolotls, using a couple ultimates to keep this bot in their favor. 2 minutes left in the round. ISU, this bot's going to march awfully close to their spawn. They've got to be careful here to defend well. They do make a switch, though. Michael over to the Diva. And a little interesting thing that I want to point out is ISU, they took a map when Kyle was their main tank on Hollywood. This is a different lineup than their Hollywood game. It's the same one they ran on Nepal, the same one they ran on Circuit Royale, but only one lineup has worked for them.
Absolutely, yeah, you're right. And still, on this map, Berkeley, we still haven't seen that pharmacy make its debut again. Harvest hitting this overclock, though, saying, yeah, you don't need a pharmacy. You just need me on the overclock. And finding all the picks in the tank. Looking to regain control of the robot, but if Hammy has anything to say about it, gonna keep that robot right there as long as possible.
Yeah, the Axolotls right now doing what needs to be done to win the final couple minutes of a push game mode. When you have this type of lead, don't use ultimates to attack the last 80 meters or so of the map.
Right.
Use it to get the bot back in your control, because it's going to march down the map awfully quickly when you have this kind of advantage.
Yeah, it will, and that's what I love about the flow of this map. It goes a lot faster when that happens, and it goes a lot faster as well when kills are found. The self-destruct by It's Michael immediately taking out Viznate's Immortality Field and Hammy. Oh, Marv will find the pick on Harvest to try to even up this fight, but It's Michael all but puts the Axolotls on their backs as Redbirds have to expend quite a bit to get through that fight. They use the self-destruct, they use the sound barrier, and they're moving.
They've got their best combo coming up, though. The Kitsune Rush and the Dragon Blade could win them this fight. The Axolotls don't have anything, really. But what did we see last map on Circuit Royale? ISU not using resources when they had the advantage. Can't make that mistake again, or you're going to lose this map. Use your good combo, get this objective, get the advanced spawns.
There it is, Berkeley. Maybe regretting that lottery ticket he should have bought. Man, I'm telling you, this man is a prophet sometimes. Using that Dragon Blade, getting out 2 kills, and putting the Axolotls on the stagger constantly. ISU Red does get that spawn reset in the nick of time as overtime has now started, and they cannot afford to get off of this point.
No, coming up with an overclock shortly, but the wick already burning. Axolotls trying to kick off ISU Red and put this game to sleep. But still, Nuke, not going anywhere as ISU.
No, that Death Blossom is coming in strong. True Canada with the tried and true colors of red and white flying through the air. Quite literally as the Axolotls are red, and they will take the series 3-1 against ISU Red.
And deservedly so. Axolotls made far less mistakes in this game than ISU. ISU had some incredible plays throughout and a phenomenal Hollywood. Maybe the most entertaining map of the NECC stream tonight was ISU's great Hollywood performance. But unfortunately for ISU Red, they don't quite have that consistency yet to make that in every map kind of scenario for themselves. On Circuit Royale, they made costly mistakes on push. They were stuck in their own end a lot. It was just the Axolotls in control for much of this game. They're the better team on paper. They showed why in this one.
It just seemed they were more cohesive in this series, Berkeley. Even it showed true on this push map. As we said earlier, the map can be fluid, and they were waiting and just taking fights where ISU was not expecting it, keeping them on the back foot pretty much the entire series and getting that robot in early. Just a great performance overall from the Axolotls, and great performance from ISU as well. They showed some shining moments, like you mentioned, Berkeley, but a couple of things they need to tune first in order to take these Ws.
A couple of things they need to tune first. Don't C9 25 meters on Circuit Royale. I've been too mean to ISU these last couple maps, and I feel bad. I have to harp on their mistakes because they have controlled the game and set themselves up in a great situation to win, and they've just blundered it in a way where you give away your queen in chess for a pawn. They just take too many risks in fights where they need to keep the true objective in track. Make sure the payload is not reaching the finish line by surprise. Make sure when you have a massive ult advantage and 10 meters to push the payload to an objective, you use those resources and you keep the map going. When you have the advantage, you have to take it. That's the only advice I have for ISU now.
Absolutely. Who was your player of the match, Berkeley?
That is a pretty tough one. Looking at my notes, I want to pick someone from ISU because their Hollywood performance was just so strong from a lot of those players, but I think the Axolotls just they were the better team today, and of course that is kind of like a team effort, but I gotta go with Nerf this time. I don't like to pick DPS players, but Nerf felt like a real difference maker. He felt like the reason why the Axolotls were able to be aggressive on Hollywood defense, which they did in an insane way, especially on that first point. Not afraid to swap from Sojourn to Genji to Reaper, break out all the good DPS heroes and show how good they are, so I gotta give it to Nerf, but there's a few honorable mentions that I could have thought of too.
Likewise, actually, I was also going to say Nerf for pretty much the same reasons, showing the versatility on the multiple picks needed from the Axolotls when the Redbirds were trying to make those swaps, keeping them at bay. Nerf just felt like controlled the pace of this series as a DPS, which is what they should do, right? But doing it exceedingly well in this series. So there you have it, folks. That will be the player of the match from Berkeley and I and the rest of the NECC cast. This has been another wonderful Thursday night Overwatch, and again out here in the Emergence Division. You know, we got to give a shout out over on production to Peak and Hippie for absolutely slaying it tonight. This has been me, Chase Nuclear Nukem, joined by Berkeley Altcharge Stevens, and it's been a pleasure having you this evening. Thank you for joining us, and I think we're signing off.